All right, everyone. Thank you and welcome to the first COMSTAC of 2021 in a public meeting. This is going to be a great opportunity for the FAA and especially the Office of Commercial Space Transportation to get some great feedback from industry and from COMSTAC. I am looking forward to a great discussion period as we go through. You who have tuned in either via Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or here through Zoom or the COMSTAC website, you will have an opportunity to ask questions. So please feel free to put your questions in. We won't have you come up live and ask the question, but you can certainly ask the question in the Q&A section on Zoom or send it in via email. That information will be coming up shortly. I do ask the COMSTAC members, please feel free to chime in and have a great discussion. We will have a little change to the agenda this morning. We're having some technical difficulties getting some people in. As we all know, Zoom and Teams and whatever communication system that people are using these days to do virtual meetings, it doesn't always work exactly like we want it to, exactly like we hope it will. Sometimes things just don't work quite like we think it will. So we'll be getting back on track shortly. But right up front, I would like to introduce Wayne Monteith, the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation. We'll have him speak first. Wayne, over to you. Thank you for being here and addressing COMSTAC this morning.
Hey, thanks a lot, Jim. Really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. And I guess flexibility is now the key to space power. I want to start off with thanking in advance our administrator, FAA's administrator, Steve Dixon, our the acting administrator for NASA, Steve Jerzyk, Dave Turner from the Department of State, and of course, our COMSTAC members. And a big thank you to all the members of the public that are here today. I appreciate and I'm grateful that you're taking the time out of your busy schedules to learn more about the FAA's Commercial Space Transportation Office. You know, less than 24 months ago, the Department of Transportation reformed, reorganized, and re-energized COMSTAC to be a more nimble, effective, and responsive advisory committee. And the results have simply been outstanding. In June 2020, less than a year ago, FAA asked COMSTAC to evaluate and advise on 8 detailed and critical issues, including commercial human spaceflight, spaceflight reform, and research and development opportunities. And in September, you began to deliver. You laid out detailed recommendations on best practices for human spaceflight, as well as infrastructure funding at our spaceports. Today, you're prepared to deliver on all of the remaining taskers, recommending changes to pre-application consultation, international dual licensing, R&D priorities, our next regulatory streamlining project, and other areas. The amount and quality of your work, of the work that you have produced, as I've said, is simply outstanding. Your recommendations and white papers are detailed and helpful. We will closely examine what you have produced as we continue to transform AST for the ongoing surge of activity in the commercial space transportation industry. I want to thank you for your efforts and hard work. I particularly want to recognize and thank COMSTAC chairs Charity Whedon and Karina Dries, as well as the working group chairs, Greg Autry, Robbie Sabatier, Shanna Dale, Clay Mowry, and Paul Damphus. I also want to take a moment to recognize a colleague who passed away late last year, former Senator David Carnes. Not only was he a great public servant, he was a key member of COMSTAC, providing keen insight and fresh perspective. His contributions were invaluable and he will be missed. Looking ahead, today's meeting should be very interesting. We've improved our technical abilities, or so we thought, to allow for more public input and discussion in the Zoom webinar room. So please be sure to take advantage of that. We've also got a slate of new areas for COMSTAC to consider and advise on that we will discuss at the end of the meeting. Because in our industry, the reward for a job well done is, of course, more work. So thanks again, Jim. Thanks to our COMSTAC chairs and COMSTAC members and to the members of the public for joining us here today. And so with that, let's go ahead and move on with our program.
All right, thank you, Wayne. I appreciate that, and words for COMSTAC, and I definitely agree. The work COMSTAC has done has just been outstanding, and I am definitely looking forward to hearing more today and great discussion about what is their recommendations and then moving forward as well. So we are back on track, and I would like to introduce the acting NASA administrator, Steve Jerzyk. Great American, and looking forward to what he has to say. And then once he is done speaking, for the COMSTAC members, you will have an opportunity to ask some questions. So, Mr. Jerzyk, over to you, sir.
Hey, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address the COMSTAC this morning. Yeah, commercial space transportation is vital to NASA and the nation and the world, and I'm grateful to all of you for supporting a critical American innovation and entrepreneurship in space and aerospace. I've been in this business a long time. It's a really challenging business, and we really need a kind of an all hands on deck approach with our government partners and our industry partners to be successful, not only now, but in the future. I'd also like to begin by saying we look forward to working with Secretary Buttigieg and partnering with him and the Department of Transportation. My understanding is that as a child, the Secretary wanted to be an astronaut. I also wanted to be an astronaut, and while acting as a regulator isn't quite as exciting as going up on a rocket into space, I assure you that efficient and effective rules are very important to the future of NASA and space exploration. I also wanted to thank FAA Administrator Dixon for his support. In January, the administrator signed a memorandum of understanding on behalf of the FAA with NASA, which has already helped to further define and enact joint activities between our two organizations. Also wanted to acknowledge Wayne Monteith, the FAA Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation, who's been an architect for a bold commercial future. Wayne and the FAA AST team did an outstanding job revising the commercial launch regulations, and I appreciate all the work that has been done to support the needs of not only NASA, but our private sector transportation providers as well. Again, we could not do the missions that we have planned without our commercial partners. Much work remains to be done as we turn to advisory circulars, and I know the NASA team is already engaged to ensure that U.S. commercial launch licensing processes create the safe and prosperous future in space that we're all striving for. Moreover, on behalf of myself and all of us at NASA, I'd like to thank Gabriel Swinney for his extraordinary work on the Artemis Accords and the Gateway Memorandum, MOUs with our international partners. The partnership between NASA and the Department of State on these and many other efforts have resulted in tremendous policy successes that would not have been possible without Gabriel's deep expertise, creativity, and commitment. I'm going to go off script a little bit here and also thank Mike Gold. Mike came to NASA a year and a half ago and just has been just amazing for NASA, for advancing our commercial space partnerships and interest, and for putting the Artemis Accords in place and getting 9 countries to sign on to the Accords. And there are more countries that are ready to, additional countries that are ready to sign on for. And I can talk for a long time about all the, about Mike's leadership at NASA and what we've been able to accomplish given his leadership. So just a big thank you to Mike Gold. Additionally, I'd want to acknowledge the chair of the COMSTAC, Charity Whedon, for her leadership of this essential group. And congratulations to Charity on the successful launch of Astroscale's ELSA D mission. I look forward to seeing that mission unfold and demonstrate that critical capability for making sure that our space environment is safe for the future. I'm also grateful for Karina Dries for her work on both the COMSTAC and at the Commercial Spaceflight Federation. Advisory committees play a significant role, particularly in this era of public-private partnerships, and I greatly appreciate Charity, Karina, and all the members of the COMSTAC volunteering their time to provide the FAA and the Department of Transportation with invaluable advice and counsel. We are in a new age of space development full of limitless opportunities. I can't tell you how exciting it is to be in this business at this point in time. Particularly when I give public talks, I absolutely talk about how through public-private partnerships and our international partners, the possibilities for advancing all of our space goals and objectives are just getting started and just starting to gain momentum. So it's just an incredible time to be in the space business. Satellite constellations, CubeSats, orbital servicing, assembly and manufacturing, reusable launch vehicles are transforming the space industry and many other technologies and innovations. At NASA, we have and will continue to act as a catalyst and a customer for these innovative capabilities. However, as commercial systems evolve and proliferate, it's vital that we protect the environment that sustains and supports all of our space-based activities. In January, NASA and the FAA executed an MOU, which among many important topics described how NASA and the FAA will work together to preserve and protect the orbital environment. And last month, NASA issued its Space Conjunction Assessment and Collision Avoidance Best Practices Handbook. By sharing our own best practices, we hope that this handbook will assist the private sector to support safe and successful operations in orbit. We are working with both the Department of Transportation and the Department of Commerce to host an industry day to further discuss the handbook and obtain private sector input, which is really critical. The feedback we receive from industry will inform a second iteration of the handbook, and we expect the handbook to continue to evolve as both NASA and commercial space companies continue to gain operational experience with these new dynamic systems. So we want to enable innovation and enable new commercial space activities, but do that in a way that is safe and preserves the orbital environment. It's of course critical that we all work together to preserve the orbital environment, critical component of space-based activities that our modern society depends on. At the same time, I believe the challenges we face in orbit are opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurism. With government and industry working together, we can support technologies that can remove debris and perhaps even convert such debris into useful construction materials. And I believe that leveraging America's entrepreneurial spirit not only can overcome the challenges of an increasingly congested environment, but also that the solutions we create will lead to an even bolder and brighter future in space for all of humanity to enjoy. Beyond avoiding conjunctions, we are working on a global basis to establish norms of behavior in space. Again, the Artemis Accords, which Michael did an amazing job developing and getting support for, have now been signed by 9 countries, including the US, and articulate a series of principles to ensure that these activities conducted under the Artemis program are implemented in a manner that fully complies with the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the Registration Convention, and the Agreement on the Rescue of Astronauts, as well as beneficial practices such as full, free, timely, and public release of scientific data. The Artemis program will be the largest and most diverse human spaceflight exploration coalition in history. We expect that over the course of the coming months and years, more countries will join the Artemis program and commit to the principles of the Artemis Accords. Although the Artemis Accords represent a strong initial start, there is much work that remains to be done to establish responsible norms of behavior in space. Specifically, along with the Departments of State and Defense, we'll participate in an interagency process to to support the development of norms of behavior in space for national security operations. Additionally, we look forward to working with the Departments of Transportation, Commerce, and Industry to ensure that any future norms of behavior, rules, and regulations for commercial space activities support safety while bolstering innovation and entrepreneurial development. NASA is leveraging public-private partnerships more than ever before, and commercial space transportation is a key aspect of the Artemis program. Our modern lunar exploration program and Moon to Mars approach have received strong support from the Biden administration. The Space Launch System rocket, Orion spacecraft, ground systems at Kennedy Space Center, the Gateway in lunar orbit, and a commercial human landing system are the backbone of our exploration plans. We are using commercial providers to build and launch the initial Gateway capabilities, as well as deliver supplies to the orbiting lunar outpost. The next Americans, including the first woman, step foot on the surface of the moon. They will have arrived on the first human landing system built by American commercial partners. Head of the Artemis generation astronauts from the US and our international partners on lunar missions, we're working with the private sector on commercial lunar payload services, leveraging robotic commercial landers to explore more of the moon and unlock its secrets. Moreover, we're partnering with industry to develop ways to extract and utilize space resources to ensure that we can create a sustainable presence on the moon and subsequently utilize such techniques to support a future human mission to Mars. Artemis is a NASA program, but is being fueled by commercial capabilities. In low Earth orbit, commercial partnerships are more important than ever. We must quickly and thoroughly work to support both innovative commercial use of the International Space Station while developing a private sector successor. In LEO, I'm encouraged by the robust interest in private astronaut missions, and NASA officials are working with the FAA-AST to ensure that such activities can be conducted safely and successfully. I also could not be more proud of our commercial partners who have supported and sustained the International Space Station for over 20 years now. Commercial cargo delivery of the ISS has become routine, and next month I'm looking forward to what will be the third mission to carry astronauts to the station aboard a commercial system, and that's the third SpaceX mission, which we call Crew 2. Closer to Earth, but of equal importance, are the development of commercial suborbital systems. Last year, for the first time, NASA selected a proposal that included a crew-tended payload under the Flight Opportunities Program, and we're exploring how NASA could utilize suborbital commercial spaceflight systems to support crew training and other agency needs. Per our MOU with the FAA, we're hopeful that not only will suborbital crew transportation vehicles serve as platforms for science and astronautics, but also could lead to development of point-to-point travel, a capability that may revolutionize transportation. The aviation industry plays a vital role in bolstering U.S. exports, creating numerous jobs throughout the country. Point-to-point travel represents a singular opportunity to create a new and innovative capability that could benefit this nation and the world for decades to come. Finally, I want to emphasize how diversity is key to achieving success and moving the space industry forward. When working with commercial partners, I am always pleased to see both youth and diversity among the new cadre of space professionals. Space is hard. Exploring and eventually settling the final frontier has and will continue to present complex and difficult challenges. Only by being inclusive and harnessing all of America will we be able to leverage the wide variety of perspectives and experiences necessary to solve problems that will allow our nation's grand journey of discovery into space reach farther than ever before. Again, I'm grateful to all of you for contributing your time and expertise to the COMSTAC and for everything that your companies are doing to support our activities at NASA. We're depending upon all of you to join us in transforming the dream of a robust and prosperous future in space for America and the entire world into a reality. So with that, I think we hopefully still have time for some questions.
Absolutely, we have time for questions. So COMSTAC panel members, if you have any questions, please go ahead and raise your hand and we'll make sure you're unmuted and get to speak.
So any questions out there? Chris, go ahead, please. Chris, you're muted.
Thank you very much for your comments. I was wondering if there's any initiatives to share some of the exploration that's going on in the moon right now by the Chinese. Have they been forthcoming and being willing to work with NASA and other U.S. entities on what their discoveries include so far?
Yeah, so as you're probably aware, we're prohibited by law from working bilaterally with the Chinese. That makes it challenging to gain insights into their plans, and so most of what we know from the Chinese plans comes from public disclosure by the Chinese, by CNSA, by the Chinese. We have engaged them in discussions. We have the ability to certify to Congress that we have the protections in place with respect to interacting with China and guarding information. We've done that certification several times to have conversations and coordinate with them on things like air traffic management on the aero side, and as well as earth science. And most recently, we had an exchange with them on them providing their orbital data, their ephemeris data for their Tianwen-1 Mars orbiting mission, so we could do conjunction analysis around Mars with the orbiters. So we do have targeted engagement with them. We have the ability to certify to Congress that the engagement is appropriate, and we have the safeguards in place. I think it's going to be up to the administration and Congress to determine, how we engage, if and how we engage with China on civil space activities as part of a broader, strategy for the nation with China. But we look forward to, as the administration and Congress sets those policies, we look forward to seeing how we can contribute with respect to civil space dialogue and collaboration with China.
Thank you for your comments.
I think we might have time for one more, and I might take the prerogative. Acting Administrator Jurczyk, thank you so much for being here today. I feel the term norms of behavior is the word du jour or of the year, and I'd like to know what NASA feels the term means to them when it comes to the Artemis Accords, and how private industry can help support those norms.
Yeah, so for us, it really means a set of rules of the road for operators that we're all adhering to ensure both defense, intelligence, civil space, and commercial operators can operate their systems safely and effectively. From LEO to GEO, and then eventually out to cislunar space. And we do have to get down to the kind of specific, specific guidance on that with respect to, things like how close you can approach one satellite can approach another, and under what circumstances is that allowed, and to ensure that everybody is operating safely. So we've outlined norms of behavior in the Artemis Accords that are consistent, again, with the Outer Space Treaty and other agreements and conventions. But eventually, we've got to get down to a set of specific guidance to operators across defense, intelligence, civil, space, and commercial that not only we agree to nationally, but we have agreed to internationally, to make sure we can preserve the space environment and everybody can operate safely. So in general, I mean, that's what it means to us. I think, right now, as I mentioned, the Department of Defense is pulling together what they believe should be the norms of behavior in Earth orbit environment. We'll review those with a civil space lens. And then we'll move those forward, working with the State Department on how we gain consensus around those nationally, and then state will take the lead on moving those forward with internationally. So a lot of work to be done there, but it's really important that we, up until now, it's been more the good of the commons. It's these unwritten rules to operate and norms of behavior. Some of them written in outer space treaties and others, but it's kind of been, everybody voluntarily adheres to those norms for the good of the commons. I think we need to be more specific in documenting them and getting formal agreement both nationally and internationally that operators will adhere to them. Yeah.
Thank you. And I believe that's all the time we have. But before you leave, just want to thank you for your time. It's very refreshing and good to hear leadership talk about spaceflight safety in this manner. So thank you.
I know, thank you. And again, thank you for all you're doing on the COMSTAC, and thanks to Wayne and his team at FAAST. Really appreciate the partnership there. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking the time this morning. Next, we'll go to Dave Turner from the Department of State. He is the head of the Space and Advanced Technology Office. So Dave Turner, over to you.
Okay, good morning. Can you see me okay?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for being here and taking the time.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you. And thanks to those who've already spoken, including Acting Administrator Jerzyk. We have a long-standing and strong partnership here with NASA on pursuing what is obviously an important topic of discussion today already, norms of responsible behavior in space. So I'm going to talk a bit about our efforts in this regard, and I'm also sharing my time with Gabriel Swinney, who's also been mentioned already today. And let me just start by saying that our primary responsibility here is to explain to the rest of the world that the United States does have oversight of civil and commercial space activities that protects safety and ensures responsible behavior in space, while still enabling industry to grow and develop. So I will start by saying that responsible behavior is a major tenet of the new national space policy released in December. Consistent with the previous policy, a guiding principle is that it is in the shared interest of all nations to act responsibly in space to ensure the safety, stability, security, and long-term sustainability of space activities. Throughout the more detailed guidelines that are in the new policy, departments and agencies, in collaboration with the Secretary of State, are charged with promoting a framework for responsible behavior in outer space that includes the international adoption of U.S. space regulatory practices, interoperability among space systems, services, and data, and facilitating new market opportunities for United States commercial space capabilities and services. The National Space Policy also calls for cooperation with like-minded international partners to establish standards of safe and responsible behavior, including openness, transparency, and predictability, to facilitate the detection, identification, and attribution of actions in space that are inconsistent with the safety, stability, security, and long-term sustainability of space activities. So to implement that policy, let me just quickly mention a few of the actions we are engaged in related to responsible behavior in outer space. I will start, and then I will turn this over to Gabriel. So let me just mention the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, which I'm sure many of you are quite familiar with, as an important mechanism for promoting responsible behavior. UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, or what we call UN COPUOS, is the preeminent international forum for advancing the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. Since its inception in 1958, COPUS has promoted international cooperation in space activities and has fostered information exchange among developed and developing countries on the latest advances in space exploration and applications and their beneficial results for humanity. For the United States, COPUS provides the opportunity to share US standards and best practices with the committee's member states to encourage the responsible use of outer space. The 2019 adoption of the 21 long-term sustainability guidelines by COPUS, which were heavily influenced by US practices, establishes a widely accepted international framework that focuses on ensuring a sustainable outer space environment that is accessible to future generations. And we are committed to the safe, sustainable, and economically viable use of outer space, and we will continue using COPUS as a forum to promote these ideals. Let me hand it over now to Gabriel to talk about another effort which has already been mentioned this morning, the Artemis Accords. Gabriel?
Thanks, Dave. And thanks to Acting Administrator Jurczyk as well for the very unnecessarily kind words, and for introducing the Artemis Accords to the team here. Yeah, so 2020 was one of the busiest years in international space law and legal policy that we've seen for a long time. And you know, the gateway agreements have already been mentioned, but I think the sort of highest level thing that we've done is the Artemis Accords. And I know many of you are familiar with the Accords already, and the Acting Administrator already described them quite well. So I'll just do a quick rundown. I think you all probably know that the Artemis Accords are not a treaty. They're not an international agreement. They're a political commitment among a group of our closest partners about some norms of behavior, or should we say rules and principles that will guide our activities as we explore the moon, Mars, and to go beyond. You know, they were really prompted by the operational side of what NASA and their international partners are doing on the Artemis program. As the Artemis program itself moves forward and we realize we're going to be doing new things, it means we have to answer questions that we, the international community in the United States, have never been forced to answer before, particularly as we have sustained operations, potentially in close proximity to other actors. So we felt the Department of State and NASA came together and worked closely with the interagency to develop an agreed set of principles that could guide our own behavior as well as that of our partners. And we felt like it was really important to have some sort of basic guidance to answer certain key questions that are going to be arising in these operations. Things like transparency of operations, deconfliction of activities, right? How do you operate in close proximity together? Release of scientific data, preservation of outer space heritage, the use of space resources, and a number of other issues. So, you know, I think you all know, but I want to emphasize the Accords are about civil space activities, right? They really are about the civil side of what we and our partners do. So they're not directly applicable to either the security side activities that governments might engage in, or to the private sector, sort of pure commercial operations as well. That said, these are principles and rules that we think are useful, and we definitely are hoping to get additional signatories and additional partners, as you heard from the Acting Administrator, to sign up to the Accords. And we're also very keen to get feedback from you, from the private sector, on the principles that are set out in the Accords, to get some ideas about how, you know, some of these principles might either apply or be modified or might be useful as you yourselves and your other commercial partners go on to do increasingly new and complicated activities in outer space. So that's the Artemis Accords. There's always more we could talk about there, and maybe you'll have some questions. I did just want to also mention the question of space resources, and in particular, what's going on internationally this year on space resources. It's been an active year on the US side in the past year or so. We, of course, had our executive order, the Artemis Accords, and then NASA's purchase of space lunar resources as well. But in terms of the international side, space resources are probably going to be the a main topic at the legal subcommittee of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. That's going to be happening the first week and a half or so of June this year. We'll see what the format's going to be because of COVID. But either way, it looks like the priority for the legal subcommittee will be the establishment of a working group to look at space resource questions. And this is where you come in, where the members of COMSTAC and the broader community come in. I think our task is going to be trying to decide what a good focus for that working group is, right? What a rational work plan would look like, what a rational product would be, something that we could point the international community to that would actually, make some helpful progress in terms of space resources without taking on, more than they could chew, or sort of a broad, undefined mandate. So if there's particular questions on space resources that you think would be useful to have some international focus on, we're very much all ears. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Dave to talk about registration.
Yep, thank you, Gabriel. Very quickly, while the U.S. has consistently shared its public satellite catalog through its space situational awareness efforts, there has been some criticism of U.S. practice regarding the registration convention and making space object filings timely and accurately with the United Nations. So let me just say that to ensure a more consistent process, the U.S. National Space Traffic Management Policy, which was issued in June 2018, directed the Department of State to lead efforts to streamline the U.S. government's interagency process to ensure accurate and timely space object registration submissions. The streamlined process was completed in early 2019 and fully implemented across the U.S. government in early 2020 in cooperation with our partners such as the FAA and NASA. And as a result, the frequency and timeliness of U.S. registration filings has significantly improved for spacecraft launched in the second half of 2020. And we have cleared over a year's worth of backlogged reports to date. So we will continue to look for areas of improvement in this process, and I greatly appreciate the help of our interagency partners and of course of our commercial industry as well in improving our US registration filings. I think I'm going to stop there, see if you have any questions, and say that both Gabriel and I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Gabe, for your time this morning, kind of mapping out what the U.S. intends to do globally to develop these norms. Anyone else on the membership? Anyone have a question for either of them? Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, Dave, Gabriel, Jim Armour. Good to see you guys, and thanks for all your work here. Just sort of a general question on how it's going with the norms of responsible behavior discussions. I'm particularly interested in if FAA AST is a part of those conversations internationally. Are they a team member that regularly goes with you to COPUOS? And have they talked about launch from the moon as part of the norms of behavior and standards that you discussed? Thanks.
Jim, thank you very much for that question. Good to see you as well. I'll turn to Gabriel in a minute here, and perhaps we need to turn to AST, but I will just say that yes, this is a whole of government activity, our pursuit of norms of responsible behavior on the civil side. That obviously includes our commercial industry, and it includes the security side as well. But our focus is on civil and commercial, and the FAA and AST are absolutely part of that process. And when appropriate, they absolutely join us on delegations and discussions with either individual nations or groups of nations. So let me stop there. I'm not sure that we have had any discussions yet about specifically launch from the moon. So let me see if anyone else feels qualified to answer that question.
I don't
Sorry
feel
about
qualified.
that.
I don't feel qualified, Dave. Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. It's one that law students like to ask me as well as sort of a gotcha, because it's a one of those questions we don't have an answer to yet. I think the short answer is that for these kinds of novel questions, we're gonna at the moment we're working through them on a case-by-case basis, just as we do when we have some complex cross-border operations as well here terrestrially. I do think launching objects from the surface of the moon or from other celestial bodies is a question the international community and the US government are going to have to address in the relatively near term, how we handle that, particularly when we start getting into objects that have themselves been manufactured in space. I think what the answer for those kinds of questions will be is to be determined. And if there's a particular direction of where that answer should go, it's another one of those things where I think we'd love to hear. We'd love to hear from industry on what a workable solution for in-space launches would look like.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Gabe. A lot of really great legal work to be done in the future, I see. I appreciate your time today. I'd like to hand it back to Jim Hatt for the administrator, FAA administrator.
You're muted, Jim.
Thank you, Dave and Dave. There have been a couple questions from the public, but we need to move on to the FAA administrator. So what I'll do is I will send those couple questions
Jim?
to you. Yes.
It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay. Let's try this.
There we go.
There we go. All right. Let me start again. I apologize, everybody. Like I said at the beginning, technology doesn't always work like we wish it would. But Gabe and Dave Turner, thank you for your remarks. Great information. We do have some questions from the public, which, if you don't mind, I will send them to you, and then we can put the questions and answers up on our website because we need to move on to the FAA administrator. But again, thank you for your comments. So next, I'd like to introduce the Deputy Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation, Mr. Kelvin Coleman, who will introduce the FAA Administrator. Kelvin, over to you.
Thank you, Jim, and good morning, COMSTAC members. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Steve Dixon, the FAA Administrator. Mr. Dixon began his 5-year term as FAA Administrator in July of 2019. Prior to joining the FAA, Mr. Dixon served as Senior Vice President of Flight Operations for Delta Airlines, where he was responsible for the safety and operational performance of Delta's global flight operations, as well as pilot training, crew resources, crew scheduling, and regulatory compliance. Mr. Dixon is a former United States Air Force officer and F-15 fighter pilot, and he's a distinguished graduate of the class of 1979 at the United States Air Force Academy, as well as a graduate of the Georgia State University College of Law. And if I might add, a very dear friend of commercial space transportation and an honorary space cadet. So with that, over to you, Mr. Dixon.
Thanks, Kelvin. And it's great to be with such an august group of leaders, not only in U.S. commercial space and space in general, but also global leaders as well. So it's a pleasure to be here for today's COMSTAC meeting. A number of familiar names on the Zoom here. Hopefully this will be the last time we'll have to do this completely virtually. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that, but hopefully by the time we get into the late summer and fall, we can be back together and actually have this dialogue in person. I want to thank Secretary Buttigieg for his support of COMSTAC. He could not be here today. Also, thank you to Charity and Karina for your outstanding leadership and dedication to this advisory committee that does such important work on behalf of the commercial space sector and the FAA and all of our commercial space stakeholders. Really, if you think about it, now is the time for us to build on our current successes, to continue to build a strong foundation for the future of commercial space. And I've got both the confidence and certainly the strong expectation that this is the group that will help all of us get it right. It's been a very consequential 6 months since the last COMSTAC meeting. We have a new president, we have a new secretary, and even in the middle of a global pandemic, we have a commercial space tempo that not only is not letting up, but it's ramping up considerably. And that tempo and that launch cadence continues to increase. In fact, we're on track to have a record year with about one commercial launch or reentry every week, in the neighborhood of about 50 this year is what it's looking like. So, we're all excited about all of these developments, all these novel questions that we're dealing with. And I'm humbled and honored that the FAA has a growing role in commercial space. But I'm also enthusiastic that we as a society can use this energy to cultivate an aerospace passion in a new generation of children and young people, the way that the Apollo program did for so many of us back in the days. In many ways, this is the most exciting period in aerospace that we have seen in decades, if not ever. And if you think about all the energy in commercial space right now, and you look at what NASA has been able to do lately, and kudos to Steve Jurczyk and the whole NASA team for the Mars 2020 success. I had the privilege of attending the launch back in July, and I'm checking out the images from Mars daily to see the wonderful images and the progress of Perseverance, and really excited to see that upcoming Wright brothers moment with the Ingenuity helicopter here, hopefully within the next few weeks. So we're at the right place at the right time, really to spur young people to pursue space careers and aerospace careers. But we've got to do it right. Success can be fragile in this business, and it doesn't take much to have a setback or a reversal in course. So, where I'm going with this, and that's about safety. We've got to do it right. Make safety our North Star. The FAA is responsible for protecting public safety for commercial space. We all know that. And it sounds like common sense, but I also know that it's easy to lose sight of that when there's a lot of great work going on to facilitate progress. But, some solemn anniversaries can remind us of what can happen when we don't get it right. Every January 28th, many Americans remember where they were and what they were doing when we lost the Challenger crew in 1986. For myself, I was at Langley Air Force Base at a junior officers conference with the Commander-in-Chief of Tactical Air Command. And it would be 975 days, nearly 3 years before another space shuttle took flight. When we do get it right, sometimes there are some tough calls that have to be made. Early in 1961, when America wanted very much for Alan Shepard to be the first in space, there was a great deal of pressure to go. And Wernher von Braun, who was heading up the manned space program, insisted that NASA launch one more uncrewed flight to work out issues from the previous launch. And as a result of that extra flight, America was on the sidelines as Yuri Gagarin entered the record books on April 12th. Now, Shepard, of course, made it into space safely only 3 weeks later and had an illustrious astronaut and space career of his own. But von Braun took a lot of heat for that decision. But America did become the first nation, as we all know, to put humans on the moon a few short years later. And of course, Alan Shepard himself left footprints on the lunar surface in 1971. So sometimes you have to go slow, keep everybody in formation, to go fast. And that's what we're going to be doing. Now, of course, we can't take all the dangers out of commercial space transportation. but I also know that we have to make it as safe as humanly possible. And sometimes that means, if I can use an aviation term here, we've got to set the parking brake and make sure that we're all aligned. Take the time to figure out the best way forward. It also means that sometimes there are some tough decisions to be made. Now, when mishaps do happen, which is not uncommon in a fast-moving new field, they should be successful failures, meaning that the failure was consistent with, in this case, the FAA's analysis that showed that the public would be kept safe. So far, there have been 6 mishaps this fiscal year, some that ended in spectacular fireballs that went viral on social media. But all 6 of these were successful failures because we were able to protect public safety. But I'll also say that safety requires constant nurturing, evolution, and improvement. What we do to ensure safety today won't be good enough for tomorrow. All of us, including the FAA, have to innovate, or we risk being left behind. However, this is really not a binary choice between innovation and safety. We need to push both concurrently, and that's exactly what the agency is doing. For example, 2 days ago, the SLR2 rule went live, and I'm very proud of the government and industry collaboration that made this possible. The new rule takes us into the future when one license can now support multiple launches and reentries at multiple locations. That's game-changing innovation and great progress from where we have been up to this point. And this is really a trailblazer, if you think about it, for future efforts to make common sense, performance-based regulations that add real value for our stakeholders and ultimately for the American people. And speaking of collaboration, I'm also encouraged that the FAA adopted many of the safety working group recommendations from the September meeting. And that includes how we can implement a voluntary incident reporting database for the commercial space transportation industry. And, I think one of the key components to a safety program is having a robust incident reporting program. So I really applaud that breakthrough. These kinds of programs have been extremely valuable in making commercial aviation transportation the safest form of transportation. So I look forward to hearing about your progress on the many important topics that you'll tackle today. As always, the FAA is here to help. My door is always open when it comes to talking about safety and how we can move commercial space forward. And before I leave, I'd like to give you a plug for the FAA's podcast called The Air Up There. Done several of these now. Recently, we released an episode about the FAA's role in commercial space safety and the steps that we're taking with the Air Traffic Organization to support safety and integrate space launches and reentries in a more systemic way into our daily air traffic operations as we move forward. And we even interviewed Wayne Monteith for this. So if you get a chance, please check it out. So again, thank you for your leadership, for your dedication and everything you're doing for our country, and the great work that you're doing to help the agency and all of commercial space move forward. And thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate your comments and your leadership here within the FAA and your support of AST and COMSTAC. So thank you very much. And yes, 450 went live. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that is going to be a great step forward for commercial space transportation industry as a whole. All right, next, I'd like to just take a few moments and bring up some AST people to speak about some of the updates that have happened in AST since the last COMSTAC meeting, to include just a brief discussion of Part 450. So I'll ask Acting Executive Director Randy Repchek to speak about the rule and some dates and some things. Steph Earle, who is the Assistant Division Manager for Strategic Management or Policy and Innovation, sorry. And then Pam Underwood, who is the Director of the Office of Spaceports, to give a little bit of an update on spaceports and where we are with that and international. So first, Randy, over to you if you're available, sir.
Oops, there I am. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, as was mentioned, the streamlined launch and reentry licensing requirements final rule is now in effect. It became on effect on March 21st, last Sunday. It was delayed about a week and a half because the new administration wanted to review rules that were published in the Federal Register but weren't yet effective. And so that review is now complete and the rule is now effective. Now, that delay did not change the other two important dates with the rule. The first important date is June 8th, 2021, and that is the last date that companies can apply for a license under the legacy requirements, Part 431 and Part 417. So anybody that has an accepted application on that date can apply under those legacy requirements. After that date, any new application has to be under Part 450. And the other important date is on March 10th, 2026, a little bit less than 5 years from now. The old regulations will go away. And so anybody that has a current license under Part 431 or 417 will have to move over to Part 450. But there was a generous 5-year grace period there. So that's pretty much the dates there. I'll give it over to Steph Furl to talk about the great deal of work we're doing on advisory circulars.
Thanks, Randy. So on advisory circulars, Team AST is working on 29 advisory circulars that accompany Part 450. So far, we have completed 3 of them and posted them on our website. And you'll find that every advisory circular that we post on the website ends with a comment feedback form where operators and anyone reviewing the advisory circular can provide feedback to the AST, so we will be able to update that again. And we've made a commitment to look at all the comments within 30 days of a published advisory circular, and gives you kind of a way of looking at the advisory circular very similar to the way we produce a notice of proposed rulemaking. So it's not exactly the same process, but it does offer everyone an opportunity to see an advisory circular, make comments on the advisory circular, and we've committed to within 30 days trying to turn those comments and then produce a second advisory circular, updated advisory circular. As I mentioned, or as the slide shows, our goal is 6 by the end of April. And so we're working pretty hard. We put 3 out already. High fidelity flight safety analysis, high consequence event protection, and computing system software are already on the AST website. Anyone can go there and look at it. And as I mentioned, the end of that will have your comment feedback form. The next 3 that we're hoping to get out by the end of April is the flight abort rule development and the hazard control strategy determination, as well as safety critical systems advisory circulars. The overall goal is to produce all of this advisory circular documentation and have it out on the street by the end of calendar year 21. And it's a large task. We're working in parallel on a number of advisory circulars. So if we can beat that date, that'd be great. We will work our hardest to make sure we get all of the advisory circular guidance out, reviewed, and then reissued as soon as possible. And the slide already has the website where you can go to view the advisory circulars that we've already published.
All right, thank you, Steph. And over to Pam Underwood, the Director of Office of Spaceports. Pam?
All right, good morning, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the COMSTAC this morning about the Office of Spaceports. There are several big topics that the COMSTAC is working on relative to spaceports, such as the National Spaceport Strategy, among other things. And I look forward to hearing updates on those this afternoon in today's program. The Office of Spaceports definitely looks forward to working with the COMSTAC in these areas in the future. One thing that we're trying to do in the Office of Spaceports to ensure success of these types of initiatives is we think it's important to bring forward activities that will put spaceports part of the regular dialogue in the future of the commercial space transportation industry. Today, we talk a lot about launch vehicles and innovations and advances in launch vehicles and payloads and even planetary exploration. What we don't talk a lot about openly in this discussion is spaceports. The Office of Spaceports is committed to changing this. I believe everyone has seen the spaceports map that's shown on the screen. It's been out there, and it does a great job of showing the location of all of the FAA licensed spaceports, private spaceports, and federal launch sites that support the commercial space transportation industry. What we've done now in the Office of Spaceports, if we can go to the next slide, please, is we've expanded information to have a spaceports by state searchable area on our website. This, of course, just shows Colorado, but the type of information is available is very keen. This is also available for every state shown on the previous map. Consider this the start of a spaceport facility directory that will document all US domestic spaceports, very similar in nature to what the aviation industry has in their airport facility directories and has been in use for many years. I want to thank all the spaceports that provided the information contained on each one of these sections. And I look forward to working with them in the future because this information I'd like to keep from getting stale. I want it to be updated as things change or even as new spaceports emerge. But it's important that we have this type of information. It characterizes the existing US launch and reentry infrastructure and capabilities that we have. We're very fortunate in the United States to have this type of infrastructure. And I think that having this type of collective information, again, brings that information forward and documents where we are currently, leading to where we should be in the future as part of bringing it into the regular dialogue about the future of the commercial space transportation industry. As I mentioned, this documents all the US domestic spaceports. The Office of Spaceports is also working very closely with many international governments that are interested in developing launch sites and space regulatory information from their countries. We want to, in the Office of Spaceports, build strong strategic partnerships with international governments for these spaceport developments or for the effort of commercial space transportation regulatory approaches. These types of strategic international partnerships supports the growth of this growing global commercial space transportation industry. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to update COMSTAC this morning. And I believe the next up, Jim, is Charity Whedon.
All right, thank you, Pam. Yes, and before we do, for any of the panelists, if you have any questions for Steph or Randy or Pam, please go ahead and unmute and ask. I'll give you just a moment here.
Sounds like we're all good, Jim.
All right, I agree. I didn't hear any questions. So great job, Randy, Steph, and Pam. Normally, if I talk, there's always questions. So obviously, you covered your topics very well. I appreciate your time this morning. So next up, I'd like to more formally introduce Charity Whedon as the chair of COMSTAC. She's the vice president of global space policy at Astroscale. And then following her, Karina Dries, the vice chair of COMSTAC, who is, and this is a recent change, so congratulations to her, president of Commercial Space Flight Federation. So Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, over to you for opening remarks on this great COMSTAC Day.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, everyone. First, I know he couldn't join us today, but a warm welcome to Secretary Buttigieg, and I hope he gets to join us next meeting. I also want to let him know that many here today grew up wanting to be astronauts, so you are in good company. To Administrator Dixon, Acting Administrator Jurczyk, Deputy Administrator Mims, Dave Turner, and Gabrielle Swinney, Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to speak with us. And to the FAA AST team, General Monteith, once again, your team deserves a medal for their tireless work facilitating and regulating commercial space transportation for the United States. And of course, to Jim Hadd and Tom Murata for their constant support in helping to ensure us members are adhering to the charter for this longstanding advisory committee. To my fellow members, thank you for continuing to be active and engaged in this advisory committee, despite COVID barriers and busy schedules. It is the energy and expertise of COMSTAC members who help provide insights in creating a strong commercial space transportation future. In this vein, we honor and remember Senator David Carnes, who served on COMSTAC since 2018. As part of the regulatory working group, his advice was sought and respected, bringing his unique experiences and understanding of the legislative crossover to commercial spaceflight activities. We recognize and thank him for his service. This is a good time to reflect on the past year, of which covers this cohort of COMSTAC membership as we enter the 38th year of COMSTAC itself. And what a year it's been. We have yet to meet in person, but we have also managed to come together to think through and provide advice on critical issues for the FAA. We've been trusted to provide feedback on 9 topics so far, 6 of which we will vote to send up today. The continued requests for inputs, as we will see later today, are not only a sign of the pace of innovation occurring, but also that AST is proactively looking to this industry to identify as many ways as possible to smooth the pathway for a successful and safe commercial space transportation. Now, this pace of launch and reentry, orbital operations, even exploration, can be characterized by the term acceleration. And it is clear, while it has been difficult, this industry has not been deterred by a global pandemic. Private human spaceflight operations from US soil now exist. Constellations of hundreds to 1,000 satellites exist, with more to come. Commercial satellite servicing missions exist. Pre-pandemic, this was not the case. AST has been doing its best to keep pace. But even my 7th grader, who is taking algebra from home, knows that an exponential function will overtake a linear one at some point. So the question at hand is not if, but when will current resources struggle to keep pace with commercial space transportation efforts here in the US? I don't assume to know the answer here, but I see this membership as a bank of knowledge to ponder such issues and present solutions. One such effort that intends to support this accelerated US launch and reentry activity is the streamlined regulation, which was mentioned earlier. And it came into effect this past Sunday. The efforts don't end there, though. Improvements will be needed for continuously, whether they be advisory circulars for the updated regulation, resource adjustments, or consistent communication between regulator and applicant to ensure speed of licensing and safety. So while I've reflected on this absolutely successful year in commercial space transportation, I want to hand it over to Karina to get her perspective on a future outlook and to run through procedurally our discussion and decisions today. Karina, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charity. I will just very briefly echo Charity's comments about all of the hard work that everyone has been doing, and especially that Wayne, Kelvin, Jim, Tom, all of your folks at AST been putting in a lot of extra time in support of the industry, and we notice it. We really appreciate it. Charity, thank you so much for your leadership of COMSTAC and all the COMSTAC members. You know, considering the cadence has not decreased. You all have day jobs. We so appreciate all of the time that you're putting into this effort. As Charity mentioned, just a couple of notes on what we're expecting for the future. And as FAA Administrator Dixon highlighted, we have seen incredible growth in the commercial space transportation industry. The launch cadence has more than tripled in the past 5 years, and it is expected the demand for launch and therefore reentry will increase steadily due to the increased demand for both government and commercial products in space. Many of these were mentioned by Acting NASA Administrator Steve Jurczyk this morning, with additional focus on human-tended research, national lab research opportunities, in-space manufacturing, and private space stations. Commercial space transportation will place additional demands on AST. One of the issues that we're going to be discussing over the next few years is human spaceflight occupant safety. We already know that Congress, in the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act of 2015, directed AST to promote the development of industry consensus. And last September, COMSTAC endorsed the work AST is doing in concert with ASTM's F47 group on this topic. Standards are usually developed once an industry reaches a more stable period of innovation. Part of the challenge today is that the same people with the technical competence to produce standards based on the state of the art are actually reinventing the state of the art. But one thing the government can do is invest resources to make it easier for industry to set aside some brain power to help write these standards. Industry is determined to continue with its successful track record with respect to safety, which is another topic that FAA Administrator Dixon highlighted this morning. We can help AST promote occupant safety by making sure AST has the extra resources it needs to develop expertise in human spaceflight, not from the shuttle era, but from Dragon and Starliner, New Shepard, and Spaceship Two. AST should be able to place some staff out in the industry where they can learn about the new design concepts, component technologies, and operating practices used in the new human spaceflight vehicles being developed today and tomorrow. Likewise, we can pursue other means of training AST personnel and how industry is trying to design safety into their systems and related state-of-the-art information so that AST has the expertise to promote occupant safety across the industry for both current and future generations of service providers. All of this means more people at AST and more dollars on creating learning projects so that AST can grow to understand human spaceflight before it starts to aggressively regulate it. Another topic that is facing space users is orbital debris. COMSTAC members received a briefing from AST staff about a potential future rulemaking that could utilize the collision on launch analysis to try to minimize the creation of space debris. Now, there isn't a single person on COMSTAC who isn't committed to sustainability in our use of Earth orbital space, which includes avoiding creation of space debris. The dramatic improvement on how the federal government notifies civilian, commercial, and international space users of potential collisions and support for innovative technologies that can help clean up orbital space. There is also some discussion of the legal foundation for this regulatory approach, which we aren't going to resolve immediately. But I do think that industry should engage with AST on this topic. I don't know that COMSTAC is the best forum for doing that, but I believe the right mechanism for doing so is with an aerospace rulemaking committee or a SPARC. And I also would like to propose that AST name our COMSTAC chairperson as one of the industry co-leaders of such a rulemaking committee. I'd like to hand it off to Shanna Dale of the Regulatory Working Group very shortly, but first, we want to prepare the COMSTAC members for expectations today. The Regulatory Working Group and the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group will each have 3 items to present for a vote. We will plan to call for a vote on each item separately. The Safety Working Group will not have items for a vote during the meeting, but will provide an update following the I&I presentation and vote. I'd like to introduce Shanna Dale, Chair of the Regulatory Working Group, to discuss the several taskers they have been working on. Shanna?
Thank you, Karina and Charity, as well as Wayne, Kelvin, and Jim at AST. I am actually going to turn over the discussion and presentation of the 3 tasks of the Regulatory Working Group over to my co-chair, Clay Morey, a vice president at Blue Origin. I want to thank the members of the regulatory working group for doing an excellent job with the tasks that were before us and preparing some really good recommendations. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Clay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shanna. So the regulatory working group that I co-chair with Shanna has been busy at work on a number of taskers that have been handed down. And let me just walk through those for you today. Our first one before the group was to prioritize future rulemakings. So this came from out of the June COMSTAC meeting. And we've created a priority list back for the FAA. Next slide, please. And let me just so on this task one, the recommendation here is to prioritize Part 450 and that includes preserving resources for the development of advisory circulars and other needed refinements. We think that is the number one priority that's going to help for industry and move forward on streamlining regulations. Followed by that would be work on Part 440 and then on parts 420 / 433. So this is what we think in terms of priorities and goals on regulatory streamlining for the FAA. Next slide, please. Our second tasker was working on defining what's called a complete enough or complete application under Part 413.13. I'd like to thank the folks that worked on this, including Ann Zukolski, who did quite a bit of work to come up with the recommendations that we provided here. And there were 5 major recommendations that came out of this effort on defining what's considered a complete enough application in a typical license permitting application process, trying to get to a place where this would be much more streamlined and provide much clearer direction to applicants who are applying to the FAA for launch licensing. Next slide. So as I said, there were a number of recommendations that came out of those. The first of which was creating specific deadlines for the evaluation in the pre-application consultation phase, including a formal initiation of the pre-application process where the FAA could acknowledge that in writing and providing a clear time frame for what to expect as they move through that evaluation phase. And then moving from there, once that application consultation has been concluded, the FAA would acknowledge that the applicant, license applicant, is under complete enough review, and its initial review is complete enough within 2 weeks. So trying to provide some clear, definable timeframes for this, and that they would provide written feedback within 30 days to the applicant. Next slide. After the review, the FAA would provide the applicant with a determination that was complete enough as required under 413.11b, and do that in writing to the applicant and let them know if they're missing any content or need clarifications, trying to get a checklist here that would be helpful to industry applicants. I should say, particularly for those who've never applied for a license before, this is a huge help for companies that are trying to work through the application process. And then following on to that, providing those applicants with a reasonable deadline for responding to the concerns outlined. And once the issues are identified and have been addressed in writing, the FAA should provide the applicant with acknowledgement in writing that the application is in fact complete enough under 413.11a. Next slide, please. The recommendation number 2, and as I said, there's 5 of these recommendations. This is to provide an advisory circular that the applicant must meet complete enough to move out of that pre-application consultation phase and working we're recommending that the FAA would work with industry to develop appropriate content for this advisory circular. You can read down here. I won't go through all of the elements of this, but working through safety critical system descriptions, emergency procedures, hazardous materials lists, and so on, so that the applicants are aware of what those elements are. Next slide. And then here is the ability of the FAA to request additional information from the applicant during the evaluation, but that it should be limited only to information that was not covered under the AC. And this is important not to get caught in let's say a loop where it's continuing just seeking more information here that we're trying to get to a system that's clearly defined and navigable by the applicants. So next slide, please. On recommendation 3, incomplete enough, we're recommending that a determination letter should be include a notification that the statutory 180-day or 120-day review required is started as of the day the application was submitted, and not from the time that it was deemed complete enough. Trying to again streamline and create a more knowable timeline. And we want the evaluation of each of the following areas to include, flight safety, system safety, environmental compliance, ground safety, payload review, and policy for review. And if you want to see more about this, please check the white paper that's related to this on the website. You can see that it's listed there below. Next slide, please. The fourth recommendation was that throughout this entire evaluation phase, they should be the FAA should be updating the applicant on their status periodically, making sure they know where they are and what tasks they have ahead of them. And then in the event that the FAA believes the review period must be told, as outlined in regulations, they should provide the applicant on the day they begin that toll a letter that outlines the deficiencies in their application, and so they know what work that they have to do moving forward. Next slide, please. And finally, here on recommendation number 5 on accuracy, we're recommending that the FAA eliminate the pre-application consultation for licenses with active licenses that are in process of being updated for accuracy upon certification by the licensee, that there's no technical modifications to launch vehicles. So this, again, to streamline the regulation. Okay, moving on, next slide, please. And finally here on recommendation 5, to the maximum extent practicable, when evaluating the license, the FAA should utilize existing environmental impact assessment data, existing flight ground and system safety data, everything that can be gleaned from that, and adding existing information with the previously policy payload reviews for the applicants with active licenses or permanent. Next slide, please. And here on task number 3, this is on international dual licensing. So I would like to thank Mike French for all his efforts here on pulling together the work and reviewing this for the group. Thank you, Mike. This is for US launches and reentries outside the United States, trying to make sure that we eliminate any duplication in the burden to US industry if they're operating a system that from outside the US borders, but that would be licensed by the FAA. The deliverable here will include ways to reduce FAA AST's costs, such as travel and staff time for on-site inspection. And we think the deliverable should be in the form of a narrative report. Next slide, please. So when we look through the recommendations here, we are recommending that the FAA adopt the following processes or practices that benefit this dual licensing process. We think first that earlier in-depth government-to-government activity by the FAA, AST, and the Department of State during the pre-application process, pre-application process looking at mutually recognizable agreements, MOU processes, making sure regulatory templates and cross-waiver education support is in place, and allow those MOUs and agreements to be utilized. Next slide. We endorse the use of FAA's risk-based assessments that are required for on-site inspections at non-US launches, including industry in government-to-government meetings where that's practicable and allowed, and operating in a leader-follower model with other US government entities. Next slide, please. We think there's further study needed to determine whether the following will benefit this dual licensing process, looking at any lessons learned from the aviation side of the house for FAA, looking at the potential for multi-site environmental assessments, reviewing if there's needed a statutory change to the definition of a US citizen, and statutory or executive order changes on the applicability of US environmental regulations to non-US jurisdictions. Next slide, please.
Hey, Clay, I think that's the end of the RWG
Okay.
slide deck. What I'd like to suggest here is a 5-minute break for members that we can take this time, bio break, but also review the 3 tasks and all the recommendations, kind of gather our thoughts for any questions or discussion before we vote. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Good recommendation.
Great.
Sorry. I was trying to turn off the video to consume bandwidth there, not limit consumption.
No worries. Okay, so we'll reconvene in 5 minutes, 11:08, and just ask everyone just to take a quick read through these, gather up any discussion or questions you might have, and then we will go through each and vote for them. All right,
Very
back
good.
in
Thank
5.
you.
Hey, Claire, are you back on?
Hi, Charity. Back.
There we go. Okay, thanks. Back over to you.
Okay, so happy to open this up to questions, comments. We do have a couple of folks from the groups that worked on a number of these recommendations online as well, including Mike French and Ann, that I would invite to respond if needed to any of the questions that come through. But maybe we could walk through the three taskers, and I'll start with the prioritization one and ask if there are any comments on our prioritization schedule, starting with 450 and working down through the others. Any comments or questions regarding that priority recommendation?
Clay, just one quick thing, and Charity, sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to mention if the public has questions, they can type that into the Q&A section or send it to the email. That way we can start gathering them and provide those questions to you as well.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
And the COMSTAC panelists, please feel free to unmute. We would ask that you turn your video on and ask questions and have a discussion on this. Thank you.
Chris, you got a hand up?
Yeah, real quickly. Since under the new rules, one license allows approval of a launch from multiple locations, how is the applicant supposed to address the different environmental laws that occur in different states and different launch sites in the application process?
That is not something that our group addressed in particular. Jim, I don't know if there's anyone from the FAA wants to try to answer that question.
Just to clarify my question, it says, well, they're supposed to address various things, and one of them is environmental, but it
Absolutely.
but it isn't a uniform set of requirements. Not all states agree.
You're absolutely right, Chris. And I know, on the West Coast of California, they've got certain things, environmental efforts there, protecting native species and other things and other local regulations that do play a part there.
Yeah, I can answer that question, I think. I mean, so even though under Part 450, we can, license multiple launch sites under one license, yeah, it still might take multiple environmental reviews, right? So different sites just might have different NEPA requirements. So yeah, so the one license doesn't solve that particular problem.
Okay.
I think, Chris, if you look at the recommendations, that's trying to use things that can be applied across to different launch sites, but it certainly doesn't obviate the need for complying with what a state by state, differences in state regulatory structures for environmental.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good answer. All right.
Thank you. Charity?
Just being orderly, putting my hand up. So for task one, it's clear that 450 is, the most important here. And that's going to be a continuous process. Do you or the others want to speak to the need and the resources here to walk and chew gum of doing both 450, 440, and I see 420 is third, so that doesn't obviate the need to continue on spaceport regulation as well. So do you want to talk about the priorities and kind of the resource requirements that FAA might need to do all three?
Yes, certainly. I think it's important from the regulatory working group's position that that the FAA be properly resourced to be able to tackle these huge tasks, and obviously the consolidation of all the different things into the 450 is going to take a lot of time, effort, heavy lifting, and a number of resources from FAA AST and obviously from industry as well, to try to work through this new consolidated piece and put that in place. So, but you're right that 440 and 420 and not losing the ball on spaceport regulations and where we're trying to make other efforts, it's important. So, I'll leave it open to Shanna and others on the committee about how we think there needs to be the proper resourcing here, but clearly the priority, make sure that systems are getting licensed for launch is under 450 is the number one piece, and where we think they should be focusing the resources they have today. Shanna?
I was just going to add real quickly that one of the concerns of the regulatory working group is that the experts at AST who would be involved in a new effort on streamlining Part 440 and the other ones that come later, you might take them away from the Part 450 work of developing advisory circulars, working separately with companies in terms of compliance with the new Part 450. And so I think that raises an issue in regards to staffing at AST and the need for additional resources for AST. This industry is only going to grow in terms of launches and reentries. And so to the extent that it's going to benefit the United States and it's going to benefit industry in the US to have more streamlining of the regulations that are on the books, are we adequately resourced? That's not a question right now for AST because that becomes rather tricky in regards to compliance and advocating for whatever the current budget request may be. But as an outsider and a member of COMSTAC, that's something that I think we on the regulatory working group are very concerned about.
Any other members of the regulatory working group or COMSTAC members want to address the resource issue?
Clay, I see a few questions in the chat. I don't know if you would like us to moderate those or.
Okay, so the one I see here is from Tim Wolf. Earlier discussion on norms of behavior and preserving the space environment. Did regulatory working group consider in its prioritization of activities any recommendations for rulemaking on orbital debris mitigation? We did not. I don't know if anyone, Shanna or others, want to address that. That was not part of the scope of what we took on.
We were really intent on looking at streamlining of existing regulations, and we have not gotten into the issue of rulemaking in regards to orbital debris. But that could be a topic for future discussion.
There's one here as well about how do we think AST can facilitate industry to be resourced to support AST rulemaking. So, so any recommendations on resources that industry needs, I guess in all the kind of the updated regulation, I find that the industry days have been helpful. Do you agree? And is there anything else here that AST can provide to us so that we can continue this conversation and expedite as well?
I know we talked quite a bit about, particularly in the Complete Enough, about the types of resources that applicants would need to be able to go through the process. And I think there was a lot of concern over, in particular, for smaller companies that don't have a legal team or the kind of expertise and regulatory capability to be able to go through what can be a lengthy application process. And so a big part of our effort in trying to look for streamlining this was resource management. And we also asked, in particular, that the FAA may be able to provide lists of outside consultants and lawyers and others that can help guide companies through the pre-application and application process to more effectively manage that if they don't have the internal expertise and the back and forth, the ability to go back and forth with those. We've also talked about whether or not industry has enough resources or could collectively work. And I know Karina's looked a little bit at this of being able to join together on things like best practices and standards that could be used to the benefit of all to be able to work with the FAA on that and establish those. Again, to try to reduce the burden and the number of resources and duplication in efforts if we could bring that to bear on the process. So Shannon, do you want to add anything to that?
Clay, I think you covered it well. The only other thing that I would add is my understanding AST was also having individual meetings with companies in regards to Part 450 compliance. And I was really impressed with that effort. But I think going back to the point you made in regards to very small businesses, ability to be pointed to experts that could help probably would be very useful going into some of those meetings.
Yeah, I think, Charity, that particularly with the proliferation of companies that are working on the smaller end of the launch business with small vehicles that have small teams, there's obviously a lot of interest and money flowing into that sector of the industry. These folks don't have huge departments or groups internally that can deal with that licensing burden and the turn on the application process. And so trying to figure out how they can do that in a way that's efficient is huge. And we look forward to the FAA and AST's ability to maybe create, folks that they've worked with in the past. It's not a recommendation in any way to work with any particular consultant or legal outfit, but just providing that set of resources that people could turn to if they need it, if they don't have the internal resource. Eric, did you have a question there, concern?
No, I lost my connection. I apologize. I'm back.
Okay.
I think Bill Beckman has a question. Bill, are you able to unmute and ask your question? Bill, we can't hear you.
It's all right. Can you hear me now?
No. Yep. Good.
All right. Thank you very much. So 2 questions. We have a 180-day or 120-day review period for submitting the application. I would say that if the application is turned in its entirety at the start of that window, that's probably a valid, but I understand that you can submit modules, kind of do a gradual submittal on that. So my question is, does this 180-day, 120-day window, is that a rolling window? Or once you submit the first part of your application, that it triggers that timer clock?
So, Wayne, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can comment on that one, Bill. The quote unquote clock begins with the submittal of a complete application. And the reason for that is it would therefore preclude, say, an applicant from submitting 10, 20, 50% of an application to get the clock started. And then the rest of it comes in, say, at day 170. And then there's an expectation that 6 months worth of work can be done in 10 days. However, during the pre-application process, that is one of those areas that can be, if you will, negotiated with the FAA. We're going to submit this part with the expectation there'll be a time frame that will come back on that. Unfortunately, there are some sections that are complicated enough that you can't just limit it to 10, 20, 30 days necessarily. But the way this is set up is so that we can work with the individual applicant to minimize that. And the goal is that 180 is the absolute far end of the finish line. If we can finish earlier, that absolutely benefits us from a resource perspective and benefits the applicant as well. But great question.
Thank you, Wayne.
Clay, there's a question here from General Ed Bolton. Ed, are you on? Would you like to ask it about the rollout timing?
It was more a kind of a waxing philosophical than a question. I didn't necessarily want to put them on the spot with it. Talk to them offline. I was just curious. First of all, let me just say this. I think this is a very solid body of work. And I think should we be able to pull this off, should you be able to pull this off, I think it'll do a lot for standardizing and simplifying the work that you do across our organizations. I guess I'll say parenthetically on the environmental issue, you can always consider for each location as you bring as a fleet of vehicles comes on, do a one-time environmental assessment for that fleet of vehicles, and then that won't be wouldn't be as big a problem for multiple launches. But I was just curious again, and you talked about a little bit about figuring out the priority of this work, turning it into one integrated master schedule, the rollout timeline, and some of the workload issues that I think have been addressed since I wrote my question, a comment to Charity in the break. So I don't have any real question for you other than to say I compliment you on your work, and I wish you good luck in getting it all done in a timely fashion.
Thank you very much. Charity, were there others you wanted to go into? Should we work through the other taskers in sequence, or how'd you like to proceed?
I feel our discussion has been going back and forth.
Okay.
It kind of blended. Let's pause here. If anyone has from the COMSTAC membership more discussion on either taskers 1, 2, or 3, perhaps we could start the voting process, at least for tasker 1. Okay. All right, it sounds that there's no more discussion, at least for tasker 1 at this point. So I think, Clay, do you want to make a formal recommendation for tasker 1, and Karina will take the roll?
So, I guess working under Robert's Rules of Order here, the regulatory working group recommends COMSTAC for approval. The prioritization recommendation that comes out of the group, and submit that for a vote before the COMSTAC.
Excellent. Do we need a motion and a second, or can we just call for the vote?
I'll second if you need one.
Excellent. Okay, so what I will do, I'm going to call on everyone individually, and I think I've got everyone sorted alphabetically by last name. So Jim Armour.
Aye.
Greg Autry.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay. Bill Beckman.
Aye.
Ed Bolton.
Aye.
Shanna Dale.
Aye.
Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French.
Aye.
Chris Hassler.
Okay, so we need to read that.
Chris Hassler. Chris may have stepped away. I'll skip over him.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Clovis.
Aye.
Clay Mowry.
Aye.
Dale Nash.
Aye.
Sharon Pickerton. Sharon, are you with us? All right. Lee Rosen.
Lee had to drop off for a few.
Got it. Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Eric Stallmer.
Aye.
Ann Zakolski.
Aye.
And the vice chair votes yes. Charity, the chair, how does the chair vote?
Yeah, I vote aye. Thank you.
Excellent. So we had 2 absent. Clay, if you want to move on to task 2 and just let us know when you're ready to for us to take the vote. Any additional discussion on this topic?
This is the good enough application item. Just
This
to
is a good
confirm.
enough application. And I know I got a text that Ann Zakolski's on. If there are any other who is the primary lead on this one, if anyone has any questions, and I helped quite a bit on it. So happy to answer any questions that might be out there on Complete Enough. If there is no discussion, then I would move with the recommendation. We had 5 recommendations were included in our tasker here that the COMSTAC would adopt the recommendations provided for the Complete Enough application streamlining process.
Second for Shanna.
Okay, excellent. We will go through the same process here. Jim Armour,
Aye.
Greg Autry,
Aye.
Bill Beckman, Bill.
Aye.
Thank you, Bill. Ed Bolton,
Aye.
Shanna Dale,
Aye.
Paul Dampus,
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar,
Aye.
Mike French,
Aye.
Chris Hassler,
Aye.
Dale Ketchum,
Sorry, aye.
Kate Cronenmiller,
Aye.
Steve Lindsay,
Aye.
Aye.
Clay Mowry,
Aye.
Dale Nash,
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton. Assume Sharon must have dropped off. And Lee Rosen, are you back? Probably not. Robbie Sabatier,
Aye.
Eric Stallmer,
Aye.
Ann Zakolski,
Aye.
and vice chair votes yes. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye.
Excellent. On to task 3. Clay, back to you.
So again, I open up if there's any questions regarding the international dual licensing approach. We have Mike French, who led the effort on the call again for his thank you again and for his expertise on answering any questions. There are 12 recommendations that fall outside of this tasker. So are there? Let me open that up if there are any questions relating to it.
Clay, I think Bill had a question here on this item. Bill, did you want to ask?
Sure. Can you hear me? Am I doing all right with my mute challenge? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're great.
So just looking at, how much bandwidth does FAA have? I mean, I think we did a good job of scrimmaging to say what are all the options out there. One of them was looking at the definition of a U.S. citizen. And I'm guessing FAA does not have the utmost authority in redefining that. So who else would we have to pull into that discussion and revisit?
This is Mike. I'll take this if that works, Charity.
Great, go ahead, Mike.
Go for it.
Excellent. So just taking a step back, if you look at sort of how we put the tasker together, we had a series of items there at the end that we essentially said, look, this is not something we're going to be able to agree to right away. If there was interest in exploring it further, it's going to take some more work. And this U.S. citizen one falls in that category. Because to make that sort of change at the end of the day will require a congressional change to the statute. So this, along with the some of those other exploration ideas, are written to tell AST, this is not the front burner, right? These are things that, as resources or time allow, you could explore further that may have fruitful ground for the issue. But not the due tomorrow type items. So, and I think we tried to lay that out in the longer paper just to make clear where things really have that heavy lift. Does that answer your question, Bill?
Perfectly. Thank you, Mike.
Bill, let me just ask, Bill, were you trying to find like would the State Department help in something like that, or was that too granular?
I was just trying to, to say, it's a discussion that's going to have to go well beyond FAA. So, I know that we were casting the net wide and looking at the art of the possible with this one. I just wanted to make sure, we had a little bit of understanding of how far we had to go with this discussion.
Okay, very good. Any other comments or discussion with respect to Tasker 3?
I guess just a quick one from Mike on resources as well. I mean, this would require heavy State Department support, I think, as well. Do you have any sense of additional resources that might be needed to implement some of these dual licensing items?
Yeah, so the way I think about it is not that it would take new resources, rather when do the resources that currently get used start getting involved, right? So, currently the State Department will be involved at these different points. And the recommendations here are trying to provide some guidance to AST that in some cases, starting that clock or starting that engagement with state may be beneficial because that will often be a multi-year process versus waiting a little further along in the application process. So I'd say more of a when do you turn on existing resources versus really looking to create more work for either entity.
Thank you.
If there are no other comments or questions, Karina, I would propose that COMSTAC vote on the recommendations under Tasker 3 on international dual licensing and the recommendations that follow there for approval.
Second. Thank you, Shanna. Great. Jim Armour.
Aye, this was nice work. Aye.
Thanks. Greg Autry.
Aye.
Bill Beckman.
Aye.
Ed Bolton.
Jim, nice work. Aye.
Thanks, Ed. Shanna Dale.
Aye.
Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Mary Lynn.
Agree. Comprehensive view. Aye.
Great. Mike French.
Aye, thanks.
Chris Hassler.
Aye.
Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses.
Aye.
Thanks, Mike. Clay Mowry.
Aye.
Dale Nash. Dale. Come back to Dale in a moment. Sharon Pickerton. Can't tell whether she's rejoined. Lee Rosen. Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Great. Eric Stallmer.
Aye.
Ann Sokolsky.
Aye.
Vice Chair votes yes. And how does the chair vote?
I vote aye. Thank you.
Dale Nash, are you with us? If you are, you're muted. Okay, so we had 3 absent from that vote. And the motion passes. Any additional items from the regulatory working group?
None that I can think of. Shanna, did you have anything to add?
Nothing to add, thank you. Great. So Charity, we have a little bit of time before lunch. Do you all want to stop now, or do you want to move into I&I and pick up the schedule?
I think this might be a good time to see if Greg would like to give his safety working group update. Not to put you on the spot, Greg, but if you're ready, we can do that now, and then we'll break for lunch.
Sure. Wasn't expecting that, but we'll do our best here. So thank you.
The safety working group actually delivered on our taskers in the last meeting in September. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes here to recap what we did at that time. Just a moment. I know it's not, there we go. So back in September, we reported on our taskers at that time. We were tasked with formulating human spaceflight best practices to guide industry in anticipation of updates to the regulations upon exploration of the moratorium that was put in place under the 2015 Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act. For those that don't know, basically there is a moratorium on regulating for the safety of the participants in human spaceflight until 2023. The purpose of that moratorium was under the assumption that this is an industry that's immature. We don't know enough about the technologies and the operations yet to create effective regulations, and industry needs a chance to standardize, just as we went through with the aircraft industry at the time. Whether the moratorium is extended again or not, it seems wise to be prepared to have some discussions with industry and some plans on where we would go, presuming that would happen. Specifically, we were asked to determine the extent to which voluntary consensus standards could be used by industry and identify groups or individuals that were already working on potential products. We observed that the commercial spaceflight industry, while providing the public, doesn't have the specificity to mandate or address non-crew participant safety at this time. The COMSTAC determined that the industry is still learning, but it has valuable knowledge on which to build some standards and to inform potential future regulations when the moratorium terminates. We recommended that the FAA form a commercial spaceflight safety rulemaking committee, SRC, to focus industry efforts on voluntary standards developments and help the space community apply relevant lessons learned on commercial spaceflight as well as in human spaceflight. The SWG also reviewed existing commercial spaceflight standards, and we found that while the industry has contributed significant time and effort to standards development, there's been a slow process, and that's not uncommon in industries. We recommended that FAA retain a systems engineering and technical services organization to conduct the required independent review on readiness for an involved commercial spaceflight safety network, and that was required under the Commercial Space Launch Act Amendment of 2015. Our recommendation 3 was that a standardized reporting structure is called for, that FAA develop a reportable incident database with the goal to provide public access for certain safety critical data based on required informed consent process. And those were all supported. We also noted that companies should implement internal safety reporting systems that would eventually integrate to a future industry-wide voluntary safety system. This would be similar to the Aviation Safety Action Program, ASAP, used in commercial aviation. We also saw that several standard-setting organizations had done work on standards for spaceflight safety, and most notably ASTM's F-47 group, which is headed up by, or was by Michael Lopez Alegria, who came from the COMSTAC. We recommended that FAA and COMSTAC continue to support the ASTM Committee on Commercial Spaceflight and the Technical Standards Organization, responsible for U.S. commercial industry consensus standards. We were informed in these decisions by feedback from the relevant human spaceflight organizations, the firms that look like they would be flying human spaceflight in the next year, as well as is from other companies on the COMSTAC and beyond. And that is pretty much what we did last year, and looking forward to our new taskers coming up for this year.
Thank you, Greg. So at this time, I want to see if there are any comments, suggestions, or discussion from our COMSTAC members. But before I do that,
I do have one more thing to add, and I apologize.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Caught off guard by being moved up. You know, the heavy lifting on this was to a great extent done by my co-chair, Robbie Sabathier of United Launch Alliance, and I have to thank everybody on the safety working group team for contributing, but could not have gotten this done on time and ahead of everybody else if Robbie hadn't really been there to make sure that it happened during the summer. So thank you.
I second that. Robbie, did you want to add anything?
Thanks, Charity. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate it. Greg and I spent a lot of time on my summer vacation working on this safety working group report, and I was happy to hear from Administrator Dickinson on how pleased he was with our recommendations, particularly on the robust reporting program. So I think it makes it all worthwhile. And Greg and I are going to be gearing up, obviously, for our next assignment, which we've already been given a heads up to. So thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. I just want to foot stomp what it was great to hear Administrator Dixon talk about implementation of COMSTAC's recommendations. That was really great to hear that, and that sort of feedback is important to us. So just a note for FAA, thank you for providing that feedback to us. So we have a little bit of time before we break for lunch. I'd like to offer, if COMSTAC members have any discussion items from regulatory working group or safety working group, now's the time to bring that up. We will have a new business opportunity later this afternoon as well. And also want to, for those that are in the public spaces here today, if you have any questions on our discussions from this morning, suggestions, comments, questions, type them in now and we will moderate those and answer as many as we can before lunch. I'll give you a couple minutes to type them in. Jim, do we have anything coming in, either YouTube or Facebook?
I just checked and nothing is coming in over the email.
Okay, that's fine. We'll have plenty more time to bring in any discussion or comment. With that, I'd like to recommend we break for lunch. And Jim, what time would you like us back?
Let's come back. It is now just a little after 11:45. The associate or the deputy administrator begins speaking at 12:45, so an hour from now. So if we could all be back, logged in, ready to go at say 12:40. That would be perfect. And I'll be on a little bit earlier, so if somebody has questions, we can get those lined up. But if we can all be back at 12:40 and then we can get started again, that'd be perfect.
Okay, enjoy your lunch.
All right, thank you, everybody. And we'll see you after lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your food break. For those of you on the East Coast, a late breakfast. For those of us on the East Coast, a lunch. If you are somewhere else in the world, I hope it was an enjoyable, maybe midnight meal. But we are very glad that you are here and you are back. This morning was a great discussion. Thank you to Charity Whedon and Karina Dries for leading the COMSTAC. And also want to thank Clay Mowry and Shannon Dale for the great regulatory working group, and also Greg Autry for recapping the safety working group. So this afternoon, we're going to kick it off with the Deputy Associate Administrator, Kelvin Coleman, introducing the Deputy Administrator, Bradley Mims, and then we will have him speak as remarks, and then we will jump back into other committee proceedings. So, Kelvin Coleman, over to you, sir.
Great, thank you, Jim. And again, welcome back everyone from the lunch break. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and COMSTAC members, again, it's my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, our FAA Deputy Administrator, Bradley Mims. Mr. Mims joined the FAA in this capacity in February of this year, and he has over 40 years of experience as a transportation professional in both the government and private sectors. Mr. Mims is no stranger to the FAA, having previously served as the head of government relations for the FAA during the Clinton administration. He served as a transportation staff member for members of Congress in his early career, representing the late Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, as well as Congressman Julian Dixon of California. In 2014, he was appointed by the governor of the state of Maryland to join the Washington Airports Authority Board of Directors. From 2014 to 2016, he served as a transportation subject matter expert with Laborers International Union of North America. Most immediately, prior to joining the FAA in his current capacity as Deputy Administrator, Mr. Mims served from 2016 to 2021 as the President and CEO of the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials, COMTO. So it's a great pleasure. I welcome to the virtual floor, Bradley Mims, the FAA Deputy Administrator. Mr. Mims, over to you.
Thank you, sir. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you this afternoon. I am elated that you guys are I'm elated that you guys invited me to join you. And again, I'm here to kick off the afternoon segment of the meeting. Again, like Steve, I appreciate Secretary Pete's support of COMSTAC. I also commend the exemplary leadership of Charity and Karina, especially during this month, Women's History Month, as we go forward. Charity and Karina prove the power of diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion is the reason why I'm here today. I want to make sure I say it the reason I'm here today. I want to discuss it. After being tapped by President Biden's transition team to serve as the agency review team subject matter expert on racial equity, I was later asked to become the Deputy Administrator of the FAA. Of course, it didn't hurt that I spent 40 years in the transportation and airports realms, including a tour here at the FAA as Assistant Administrator and Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International. And I'm glad to be back. I'm a little older and a little wiser as I go forward. So,
sir, and if I could just break in for just a moment.
Sure.
Before we get started, we actually turned your video off. So if you could reshare your video, we want to see this slightly older and very wise individual as well as hear your words. Thank you, sir.
Can you see me now?
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Sorry about that. Again, I'm a little bit wise and a little older. You can tell by all of the gray hair these days. At the FAA, I'm again focusing my energy and on the broader cross-section of America and how we've gained ground as people in the aerospace sector. When I look at where I am right now in my career, I draw a line back directly to events that set me on my way. and to the opportunities that gave me a chance to succeed. That line is not straight by any means, but it does connect. And I want to help a new generation of adults and kids to find their line and their vector towards the future. Earlier, Steve mentioned Alan Shepard's momentous and safe first flight into space from Cape Canaveral on May 5th, 1961. And I'm not shy to say that I do remember that day quite well. I was in the first grade. And during that time, our principal gathered all of the students into the auditorium. There was a television set on the stage, and we were just thrilled at the scene of Alan Shepard making that first flight. And I can tell you from that point on, I was hooked. I saw John Glenn's first flight. Again, he gathered us back into the auditorium to witness that. And from then on, I loved the space missions. I witnessed, again, by TV, all of the Gemini missions. I've witnessed all of the Apollo missions and the first steps on the moon. And I'll tell you, it has always thrilled me and continues to thrill me. But I want to say, as I got a little older, again, it was mentioned that I worked on Capitol Hill for members of Congress. I did work for a gentleman from New York. His name was Bobby Garcia. And he came to me one day and just said, "Hey, Brad," he said, "do you think that you could arrange getting all of maybe about 40, 50 kids from the South Bronx, which at the time was the poorest congressional district in the country, down to a NASA launch?" And he says, "I'm particularly interested in the launch that's coming up because the first Hispanic astronaut was going up, and his name was Franklin Chang Diaz. And I used all of my resources that I could gather, along with a bit of help from NASA and others, to host 50 kids from the South Bronx to go see the launch of, I remember it was STS, I don't remember it was STS-61C. And also on that flight was our former NASA administrator, Charlie Bolden. And again, I just marveled and was thrilled by seeing these young people have that experience and going down to the Cape and witnessing that launch. And I was just like one of the kids that day myself. So as I'm going forward, I hope that what I did for those young people was, a launch for their careers. And so I hope that some of them were able to become young scientists, young engineers. And I wish I could track those young people today, but I just haven't been able to do it. But my own appeal to all of you is to give the deep thought and action to the power of diversity and inclusion, and to the next generation of aerospace professionals. That's what we're doing, and that's what this administration is about, and at the DOT and FAA. And again, diversity and inclusion, climate change. And again, climate change plays all into this and everything that we're doing at the FAA and what we do at AST. All of us here know that space launches and dreams of space travel are great vehicles for doing that. So let us do our best to open the doors of airspace to people of all colors, creeds, and walks of life. And let's bring them all in, and especially the next generation, along with us as we rise to higher ground. I just want to say again, the whole space, my whole career in space, and it wasn't mentioned in my introduction. I spent 3.5 years as the lobbyist and congressional liaison for the National Air and Space Museum after I left Capitol Hill. Again, the Uvar Hazy Center, that building out there at Dulles Airport, I am very proud of the fact that I was able to shepherd that legislative piece through Congress to get that building authorized and to get it built. So this is all in my blood. Space is in my blood. Aviation's in my blood. And my love for diversity and my ability to make sure that we do what we need to do to get young people interested in aerospace and aviation as we go. So thank you. It's good to see all of you here today. And I look forward to working with you and visiting with you all as we go forward.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that.
Jim, if I might. Hi, it's Jody.
Yes.
Just Deputy Administrator Mims, thank you so much for your kind words. We really appreciate you being here with us today. I look forward to getting to know you and providing you updates from the COMSTAC. Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard a lot about you guys, so I just want to. We'll be in touch. I'll look to get something set up with you. Thank you.
All right. Perfect. And Charity, I will turn it back over to you. And again, thank you, Brad, for your words. Also for the words on diversity and inclusion. I greatly appreciate those words. And here we go off into space. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Charity.
Thank you.
Great. So up next is the third and final working group items. So there are 3 taskers at hand here that we will vote on. And this great work has been done by Paul Dampos and Lee Rosen as leaders of the I&I working group, the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paul. I think we've rearranged a few slides to start with the R&D taskers. Over to you, Paul.
Sure thing. Thank you, Charity. Appreciate it. So for the last year, we've basically been split between topics on spaceports and on R&D. The first half of last year and through to the fall meeting, we focused on our spaceport topics. And then from the last meeting to the spring, we've really focused on the 2 R&D topics that we'll talk about today. So our first spaceport topic, we provided a recommendation in the fall, and I want to give a shout out to Dale Nash for putting that together for the Office of Spaceports topics. So today we'll talk about the R&D topics that we have here. It's a little bit confusing because it's called Task 3 and Task 4, but you'll see on the slides it's R&D topic 1 and R&D topic 2. So the first topic was really the lion's share of the work that we did over the last several months. And that was really to take a holistic view of AST's R&D priorities and make recommendations back to AST. The second topic has to do with the Center of Excellence, which we'll talk about here shortly. So our tasker was to examine and evaluate AST's R&D priorities and work plan, and for each of the topic areas to provide feedback and suggested improvements. We were also asked to provide additional R&D topics that would be useful to industry in keeping with the AST's public safety mission. And of course, that comes in the form of a narrative report, which is on the website right now. And what you'll see here in the next couple of slides is just really a summary of that paper. We were also asked to determine how well the current R&D program aligns with industry priorities in terms of maximizing safety, minimizing risk, especially to the uninvolved public. Next slide, please. So the specific questions that FAA asked us included what AST R&D products, if any, will industry adopt to improve safety? What products would industry like the US government to adopt, perhaps in statute or regulation, in order to improve safety and encourage the industry's development? And are there any safety technologies that industry is not pursuing because they're either too expensive or have no clear return on investment. And we saw some themes come from our research on that. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on how ASD does R&D. Of course, Congress appropriates funds to ASD for research, engineering, and development. And that's generally done in 4 broad areas: space traffic management and spaceport operations, space transportation vehicles, human space flight, and industry innovation. And you'll see also that the centers of excellence are formulated around those topics as well. But AST also does near-term specific safety R&D through contract vehicles that have specific milestones and specific shorter-term deliverables. Longer-term safety R&D is done, as we said, through the Center of Excellence and funding research to member universities and other organizations. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, COE is going to be a separate topic. That was a separate task for us, but we looked at these things holistically. COE is the Centers of Excellence for Commercial Space Transportation is right now scheduled to cease operation in 2020. There are discussions of the path forward, something called a Commercial Space Innovation Institute. And again, that'll be covered in the next topic. Next slide, please. So in order for us to get a good sense from industry, we put together a survey, and we distributed that survey first to members of the COMSTAC. We gave folks about a week to respond to that because we wanted to get a sense from the folks that are on this group. And then we took that survey and we put it out to the broader community through the Commercial Spaceflight Federation and through the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration. Let me first say I appreciate everyone on the COMSTAC and everyone in the broader community who did contribute to that survey. I know it was long, but we did manage to get a lot of information in there and got a fair amount of granularity to allow us to come up with some great recommendations here. So we based the survey on a handful of questions, again, based on the questions that we were given by AST. The questions were: what AST R&D products, if any, will industry adopt to improve safety? What AST products would industry like to see the government adopt? And are there safety technologies industry is not pursuing? And then, of course, is there a general awareness of AST R&D efforts in the first place? Next slide. So I'll provide some overall observations that came from the survey, and then we'll drill down a little bit into some of the overall themes that came from that, and then the specific priorities, which again gets down into that sort of treetop level of what folks said through the survey. Overall, most respondents indicated a low to medium level of familiarity with AST's ongoing R&D and Center of Excellence efforts. Most of that awareness was on an individual basis, folks participating in things like the COMSTAC or conferences, and it was rather than a whole of organization awareness. So companies themselves weren't pushing that down to their folks. It was just most folks were aware of it through forums such as this. There was overwhelming consensus that any R&D efforts really need to be connected to future operations and linked to safety technologies and practices that are going to make the commercial spaceflight industry better and safer. There was interest in seeing that R&D efforts would actually provide us with a step function increase in capability, as opposed to just an evolutionary. Folks in the community wanted to see investments made that would basically take us to the next level. There was some sentiment that perhaps some of the R&D is a little too broad, and that maybe the focus should be narrowed down only in areas that accelerate the progress of commercial space transportation, as opposed to what you would, I guess, consider basic research and development across a broad swath of areas. Next slide, please. So again, we were tasked to find themes and priorities, and from that we found 5 overall themes that generally align with the topics that AST R&D is looking at today. They are the regulation and policy research, space transportation vehicle research, advancement of space launch integration into the National Airspace System, or the NAS, and aerospace physiology and medicine, and then last, space situational awareness research. So again, kind of diving down into some of the more specifics of what folks commented on the survey. Within the regulation and policy research theme, folks wanted to see collaborative sets of requirements among regulatory agencies, reviews of insurance regulations to help reduce complexity, regulation reform to support increased flexibility. And the word flexibility you'll see throughout a lot of the stuff that we're talking about today. Flexibility is really key. More transparency in safety practices, licensing conditions, and lessons learned. And orbital debris mitigation was a recurring theme. Under the theme of space transportation research, vehicle safety analyses, systems and technologies, industry developed best practices as documented within AST, industry developed methodologies and existing safety models employed at spaceports and fully commercial launch sites, and green propellants for space transportation vehicles. Next slide. The next overall theme was the advancement of space launch integration into the NAS. There's an overwhelming desire to see more efficient aerospace management techniques, particularly as we start ramping up launch and recovery operations. That includes scheduling, deconfliction algorithms, real-time hazard maps, and hazard area calculation tools rather. Define safety criteria for launch operations. And a lot of folks pointed out some work that was done via the Aerospace Access Priorities Advisory and Rulemaking Committee in 2019 as being highly representative of some of the sentiments that came from the community. The next overall theme was aerospace physiology and medicine, and that's the development of commercial health metrics databases for future standards development, commercial acceptance criteria for spaceflight participants, suborbital research, including those with unique physiology. I'm going to pivot here because I just lost view of my slides. Research into adverse outcomes among crew members and participants, and then working with NASA related to habitability and human factors. Okay, we got the slides back. Next slide, the last theme. And the last theme was space situational awareness, of course. Identification, tracking, cataloging of objects following deployment of large numbers of satellites, collision and causality risk for mega constellations, collision risk data accuracy and persistence, and general debris mitigation and remediation. So from this work, we came up with 4 recommendations, which are on the next slide. And we can go into those recommendations or we can open it for discussion at this point. Madam Chair, I'll kick it over to you for that if we want to go right into the recommendations.
Just offering an opportunity for our members to ask any questions on this task for R&D activities. There's still a lot to chew from. I know that we sent out a survey that had a number of R&D technologies and opportunities and tried to whittle that down into a more broader sense of what industry needs from FAA when it comes to R&D. So I just want to pause here and see if there's any questions, concerns so far before we run into the recommendations. Okay, Paul, it doesn't seem like there's too many, but you can always add it on the chat as well. So let's go through these recommendations.
Sure thing. So I'll just read these verbatim and then we can talk about them as we get to the end. So again, this is a wrap up of the observations that we saw from the survey. And again, greatly appreciate those who contributed throughout the community to this. So AST's R&D activities should be directly linked to commercial spaceflight and focused on future operational implementation from which industry and the public can benefit. Follow-through activities should aim to recognize distinct and measurable advancements in commercial spaceflight capabilities, technologies, and operations. The second recommendation is that AST should continue the solicitation of industry input regarding, excuse me, these R&D investments and efforts to stay ahead of developing requirements. And this is likely going to require a narrowing of topics in order to focus funds on efforts that provide maximum output and greatest innovation. Mechanism for ongoing industry input and feedback should be created. Next slide. Third recommendation is that AST should select R&D topics addressing the speed with which assessments of launch vehicles and their integration into the NAS, the National Aerospace System, can be accelerated. In particular, AST should invest in tools or processes to evaluate, certify, and incorporate industry-developed elements and methodologies for launch vehicles. AST R&D should also focus on development of technologies to enable more efficient management of spaceport, launch site, and aerospace activities. And then the fourth and final recommendation is that AST should stay informed of and support, where appropriate, cross-cutting research efforts, such as space situational awareness, with other U.S. government departments and agencies. So those are the four recommendations for the third task for the I&I working group. And I know we have got a couple of questions coming through both the questions and chat. So Jeremy, would you like me to just to address these directly, or do we want to moderate these?
Yes, I apologize. So if you see one that you would like to tackle right away, let's do that. And Karina, would you take a look at the others and provide another one if one fits in this tasker?
Paul, I think this is Jim, one of the ones that caught my eye, and they're all great. So appreciate the public for putting in questions. Please continue to do so. That makes this discussion much more meaningful. For R&D efforts, is there an opportunity for public-private investments?
I believe that there were some comments to that regard. Most of what folks from the public were interested in is just having that feedback with the R&D. There wasn't specifically folks saying that they wanted to have public-private, but rather have the public, correction, the private industry being able to take advantage of the R&D that's done on behalf of AST. I didn't really see much in there about specific examples of public and private, public-private partnerships. We've got a couple of others here, but they're spaceport related, so we'll.
Hey Jim, it's Charity. So PPPs are important, and I think we addressed that in the CSII recommendation a bit, in that industry can get more engaged when it comes to R&D opportunities, and to be creative in OTA and PPP authorities when it comes to that. So while it's not aligned perfectly with this task of the priorities, I think the how might be better discussed under the CSII tasker. Does that work?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got a couple of other questions here. And again, I think some of these are focused on spaceport issues. So we're just trying to focus on the R&D topics right now. I don't really see any other questions specific to the R&D topic right now, unless there's a discussion amongst the COMSTAC members.
I guess I want to ask the question point blank to our members. As you read these recommendations and had a chance to absorb them a little bit, do you feel that this hits industry priorities well? If so, or if not, why? Or what might be missing here if you have identified anything else?
Hey, this is Chris Hassler. I have a issue that we talked about once when we were out in Warrenton about space situational awareness that might play into this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Chris.
Yeah, we were talking about space situational awareness and some of the things that the Air Force and other people have going on out at Edwards and Vandenberg, which are databases that have been created to track space debris, and they do it for the intelligence community, and they do it for safety of launch, so that that when you're calculating your trajectories for sometimes defensive missile launches, you don't drive through a debris field. Has there been any connection between NASA, FAA, and the Air Force in these situational awareness databases to share information? There were some very encouraging things that were said earlier today on space debris, and it sounds like that might be a really good R&D effort to tie some of those together, because everybody could share that knowledge, improve safety of flight.
Yeah, I think from the survey, there's certainly an overall interest in seeing more R&D in space situation awareness, space debris, et cetera. But in this particular case with the survey, a lot of the emphasis was focused on the new larger constellations that are being put up. That was really the commercial focus on it. As far as any cross-governmental work on the overall space situation awareness, I'd probably kick that back over to our AST colleagues to perhaps provide some color on that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Wayne. So, we do, particularly for collision avoidance on launch, work hand in glove with the Department of Defense, particularly the 18th Space Control Squadron out of Vandenberg, to make sure that we can essentially on-ramp you and off-ramp you for re-entry to the Beltway safely, which is where our responsibility lies. But as you recall from Space Policy Directive 3, the task of space traffic management was assigned to the Department of Commerce. So, we support whatever efforts are going on with the Department of Commerce, but also work very closely with NASA on debris mitigation, collision avoidance, and as a matter of fact, one of the regulations that we are preparing to dust off and attempt to finalize is orbital debris mitigation, specifically, or more specifically, as it relates to like stage 2 for either pacification or re-entry post-launch, but not space traffic management. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think it is, but what it suggests is now that we have NASA, FAA, Commerce, Department of Transportation, there's almost this suggestion that there needs to be some kind of higher level enterprise level system that has a common interface that everybody can plug into so that everybody's sharing the same information. And that might be a great opportunity to go forward and work that with the Hill if that was something people were interested in, because it's early in a new administration and you could put down a marker to see if you can get some of that funded.
Chris, I think this would be a great topic for the open discussion a little later on.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah. Don't want to derail it here. Yeah.
No. It's definitely an important question. Paul, I do see a couple Q&A here. I'll pass along to you.
Yep.
A good one. Did we consider prize structure for some of these R&D activities?
No, that's a really good point. I don't remember that coming up in any of the surveys, but that is always a standing, really excellent vehicle for spurring innovation. But I did not see that come up in the surveys. But you know, I'm a big believer of that, and I think most folks in the COMSTAC believe that that's a good vehicle as well.
I'd love to put Greg on the spot here. Is that something you think, Greg, would be a good fit for the CSII? Is that something completely different?
You know, that would be interesting. And it's not something I discussed directly with Ken Davidian, who's the head of research there. But I do think it would be an excellent topic to take back and see whether that would be permissible under the funding arrangements that they have, or whether they could work with private industry potentially to get some money and award private money that could be administered through the CSII, similar to what was done with the Northrop Grumman Lunar Landing Prizes or the Google Lunar X Prize.
So Charity, I do see one question via the chat and one via the Q&A window, but I'll read the question via the chat. Would you interpret the development of standards regarding new vehicles, designs, etc., to be a valid form of research that helps AST and industry do a better job at their respective roles in pursuing safety? And I would say yes to that. I think that was the standards piece was a theme that we saw throughout. And then there's a question on the Q&A window. It says, how does spectrum sharing and interference fit here, as well as cyber issues? Again, I did not see that come up through the survey, but it's certainly something worth looking at. It's something we can never look past, is any kind of cyber interference or things of that nature that could provide a safety risk for commercial space transportation.
And I would agree, especially when it comes to, you know, the launch safety items, that this would cover underneath that item. Perhaps it doesn't need to be a standalone item, but spectrum of course is a key and a critical component of spaceflight, as is cybersecurity there. So I think that's a really good addition, or would fall under one of the already identified priorities.
I don't see any further questions via the chat or via the Q&A window.
Okay, well, if there are no additional questions or concerns for these items, I recommend we proceed for voting on these two specific tasks with regards to research and development.
So Charity, I think we have a little bit more to say on the COE, because we've got a separate set of recommendations. Yeah. So we can vote on this first batch and then move into COE, or just roll right into COE and do them all together. Your call.
Let's vote on this batch, and then we'll move into the COE. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Great. Do we need a motion and a second on this first?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the 4 recommendations under I&I Working Group Task 3.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
This is Lee. I'll second it.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, I will call for vote, and I've got some folks that might need to type in the chat, so I'm going to kind of toggle back and forth if I don't get an audible right away. Jim Armour.
Aye.
Greg Autry.
Aye.
Bill Beckman.
Aye.
Ed Bolton.
Aye.
Shanna Dale. Shanna might be on chat. So Shanna, I'm going to come back to you. Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Marilyn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French. Mike. Not getting anything from Mike, but I did see Shanna. I saw your vote. Thank you.
Aye. Can you get me, Karina?
Gotcha, Mike. Thanks. Chris Hassler.
Thanks.
Aye.
Thanks, Chris. Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses. Mike might be in the chat. Thank you, Mike. Clay Mowry.
Aye.
Dale Nash.
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton. Not seeing Sharon. Lee Rosen.
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Eric Stallmer. Eric. Back to Eric in a minute. Ann Zakolsky.
Aye.
And Vice Chair votes aye. And how does the chair vote?
I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Eric's from the chat. I believe we've captured everyone. Thanks so much, everybody.
Great. We'll move on to the next task, task 4. You can have the next slide. And one more slide. There we go. So just, I'm sorry, back one. Not to confuse anyone again, this is task 4, but we were calling it R&D topic 2. So again, just a little bit of background on this one. As we talked about putting together the survey to gather up information regarding the overall AST R&D priorities, we added some questions in there regarding the centers of excellence as well. And that way we kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone with 1 survey. So in addition to the 4 broad areas of research, we added questions regarding the center of excellence as well. I will kick it over to Greg Autry, who I really appreciate jumping in to help the I&I working group. He took on this topic and produced our paper, which again is on the website. So I'll kick it over to Greg.
All right, thank you, Paul. It was a pleasure to work with I&I Group on this topic. Over 10 years ago, there was a conference at Stanford University to lay out a roadmap for the Center of Excellence. That was a conference that I was actually a participant in, and a number of topics were identified and a structure was created. And about $16 million was allocated over the last 10 years to support that structure. Some surveys were done as part of the I&I group to determine whether industry felt that they were aware and whether this process had been entirely effective or not. Can we see the next slide? So the results of this inform where we're going here. It's important to know, though, that the COE structure is going to end on 2022, and so FAA is already looking forward to a new structure. The new structure is going to be called the CSII, or Commercial Space Innovation Institute. institute, and it is going to be a more centralized rather than dispersed structure. The COE structure was across several university research organizations, and it tended to make smaller awards, and it tended to be kind of geographically constrained because of who the COE participants were. Next slide. We took a look at what AST was planning to do with the CSII. Specifically, we were briefed by Ken Davidian, and I spent time working with Ken as well, and we shared this with industry participants. And in general, we recommend that that FAA continue in this direction. We'd like the industry to see more of what the final outcome is going to be, but there are a number of points that seem to align well with fixing the issues that the survey identified as weaknesses of the COE structure, which were primarily the smaller amounts of money, the geographical locking down to the individual institutions, and their lack of awareness, and sometimes the informal way in which input happened. Next slide. There we go. So that's what I had to add there. Paul, anything you want to add?
No, again, I really appreciate you jumping in on this, as the I&I working group had a pretty full plate over the last several months. And again, this dovetailed very nicely to the work that we were doing, looking at overall R&D priorities. So we'll open it up for discussion before we vote on this recommendation. Okay. Not hearing or seeing any questions on this. I think we can.
Actually, Paul, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this takes space out of the COE structure, doesn't it? So there'll be all sorts of R&D in COE, and this for Greg, obviously, and then there'll be the standalone CSII. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and in general, it'll be more centralized, and it'll work with researchers from industry and academia, but not specifically at specific university centers, which was the structure under COE. And in general, it'll be allowed to have larger awards and perhaps not divide the money up as ineffectually as some industry participants felt might have been the case previously.
Will the CSII be able to cross-pollinate into COE activities like?
Well, COE is basically going to go away in 2022, so there'll be some crossover, and I assume we'll see the same individual researchers and institutions engaged, but the structure will be different.
But this will still facilitate, airspace integration and all those sort of topics.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
More of a structural change. The other part of the proposal, which is interesting, and it's not locked in, is that there would be a minimum contribution of $5,000 from the participants in the CSII for them to have basically some skin in the game and to defer the procedural cost. That will be interesting to see what feedback on that is. Whereas there was no cost for the COE structure.
I can see small businesses and universities perhaps struggling with that.
On the other hand, it's important to make sure that people don't just want a plaque to say they're a participant and stick on their wall, but they're actually committed to working on the project.
Hey, Paul, this is Chris Hasser. Since you're in the middle of a transformation with the COEs going away and this basically supplanting that role, even if it's organized differently, it appears to me that that with the number of spaceports that are now available, you have a licensing mechanism. Can some of the proceeds from that licensing process also support this, or the states that are getting the benefit of developing centers of excellence around their geographic locations because they now have a spaceport? Is there a way to have an assessment so that some of these states also have to participate?
Chris, can you clarify what you mean by proceeds?
Well, you know, if some of these organizations are going to get economic benefit by having spaceports in their region of the country, is there a tax or a fee that is charged by somebody using those spaceports? And could some of that be applied to R&D activities?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I will say that many of the spaceports have a member of the COE that's, if not necessarily co-located within the same general geographical area. But I don't know the answer to that question regarding somebody else on the call might be able to chime in on that.
All I'm saying is the COEs get phased out. That those folks are already accustomed to making some contributions to COE-like organizations, and maybe there would be a provision here where some of that could be redirected to the creation of this new organization.
Sure, we can take and look at that one. It doesn't jump off the page at me right now, but yeah, I don't know if there's anybody else who might have some input on the proceeds portion of it.
Well, my point is, if we wanted to really jumpstart some of the intellectual thought process here, do corporate sponsors, let's say SpaceX or somebody that's launching, do they get a tax credit for contributing to something like this? Or is it only for their own R&D and their own crad?
Not to since you called out SpaceX, not to put Lee on the spot, but Lee, are you familiar with that at all?
No, most of the R&D work that we do is kind of internal R&D. So we haven't really reached out to organizations in the past. That doesn't mean in the future there can't be collaborations, which is kind of how at least I answered that part of the survey, which I think the survey is an effective piece. And I think this recommendation to get more industry input as to what would be helpful in the R&D world is really important.
Yeah, I don't have any more to contribute to that. Maybe it's just something that we should think of as we're at a tipping point here where our business case may need to be updated to evolve with the new organizational changes that we're witnessing.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, Chris.
Any additional questions for Paul on this topic or discussions items? I'm not seeing any hands up or any additional comments now. Now, do we want to call for a vote? Are we ready to vote on this item?
Yeah, I think we can read it and call for a vote.
Okay.
So the COMSTAC supports FAA's direction of reforming its R&D efforts. COMSTAC recommends that FAA continue the development of the Commercial Space Innovation Institute, or CSII, program, and provide additional briefings and documents to industry and COMSTAC members in particular should avail themselves of these opportunities. And I will make a motion to approve the recommendation on I&I Working Group Task Number 4. Second.
This is Jim. I second and I'll vote aye.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim, for getting things started. Greg Autry.
Aye.
Bill Beckman.
Aye.
Ed Bolton.
Aye.
Shanna Dale.
Aye.
Thank you, Shanna. Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French.
Aye.
Chris Hassler.
Aye.
Dale Ketchum,
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller,
Aye.
Steve Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike Moses is an aye in the chat. Clay Mowry,
Aye.
Dale Nash,
Aye.
Sharon Pickerton, I believe, is out. Lee Rosen,
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier,
Aye.
Eric Stallmer is an aye in the chat. Ann Zakolsky,
Aye.
and Vice Chair votes yes. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity. And this item passes.
Okay, great. So we'll go to our last topic. We rejiggered here just a little bit in the order. So if we can go to, yeah, I think we're going backwards here just a little bit. Okay, so the National Spaceport Authority topic is one that we've been working on for a year. We gave the group an update in the fall, but we decided that we needed a little bit more time to work on this one. Dale Ketchum from Space Florida has been heading up this topic for us and has conducted a number of subject matter expert interviews and has produced his narrative report, which again is on the COMSTAC website. So Dale, I will toss it over to you to talk through the National Spaceport Authority. Just understanding that we are still receiving input on this topic, and I suspect we'll probably have some good conversation on this. So over to you, Dale.
I understand. Thank you, Paul. I do want to, it's curious, we've added an element of drama into our COMSTAC, so I guess that's a good thing after lunch. Basically, let me do a little background to explain why we are where we are with this particular topic. Going back into the 1990s, when I've been here a long time, the United States started to lose all of its commercial launches that were going down to French Guiana when the Europeans opened up a purely commercial launch site in South America. And at that time, there started to be conversations here on the Space Coast about, is there a better governance model? Because the commercial sector was fleeing because all we had was federal landlords. And that really isn't conducive to a robust commercial business model if you can avoid it. And they provided an opportunity to avoid it. Then going back to 2004, there were master plans produced by Kennedy Space Center, the Air Force, and the predecessor organizations of Space Florida, the state entities, and their master plans, and most master plans since then, combining those entities, government and state entities, reference that the optimal model for the Cape would be one where NASA and the Air Force are tenants, and the operations of the spaceport itself would be done by an independent spaceport authority. Simply for the same reasons, that's who runs airports and seaports that are dominated by commercial activity. The federal government doesn't run airports and seaports that are dominated by commercial activity for obvious reasons. So we get to the point where in 2017, the Air Force tasked the Aerospace Corporation with convening some meetings and producing a document that is the basis of our recommendation that really looked at what would be a better governance model to grow the commercial space launch marketplace, because it was understood that national security missions and exploration missions are best served by the growth and innovation that the private sector can bring to the US space program. So they were looking at a new model. They evaluated a number of them, and they ended up choosing a federal corporation, not unlike the Tennessee Valley Authority or the St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation. And this was driven because General Raymond was very specific that he wanted to shed the providing services to the commercial sector and maintaining the infrastructure needed to grow the commercial sector. That was not a core mission of his organization. Their mission is national security. And if they need to, if they could find a better way to grow the commercial sector and have the Department of Defense meet its requirements, then that was good for them. And they were prepared to look at that, and they put this on the table as a point of departure for discussions. It wasn't necessarily, this is what we want. So what we did, COMSTAC was asked to make recommendations to AST on the basis of this white paper. And the I&I working group passed out a recommendation that is on our website today. It's about 3 pages. It's a good read. I invite you to read it. But it's basically dealing with the issue that the commercial sector needs to grow. We all want it to grow. It's imperative for both our national security, our exploration, our economic competitiveness, competing with China and the rest of the globe in the coming space marketplace. But I'm looking at it in the context of a couple of things. I think the biggest one to me is why it makes sense to be looking at a new governance model is that this country is looking at $30 trillion worth of debt. And everybody knows that budget pressures are going to ramp up. If not this year or next year, they will ramp up because we're going to have to pay that debt off. And federal agencies are going to be required to prioritize what are your core missions. And I know the Air Force is looking to shed this. I think NASA clearly is ambivalent. I think that's why we had the hiccup today. And they're looking at how to support a commercial model that would enable them to generate revenue, which is understandable. I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was them. But I think when the budget crunch comes, and we know it will, or at least it's certainly better, federal agencies that are trying to generate money by providing services and commodities to the commercial marketplace, when those budget pressures come, generating revenue should be the idea of the federal government generating revenue by providing services to the commercial marketplace should make people uneasy to begin with, just on principle. It doesn't end well for people. I think most of us who are old enough to have paid attention for a long time know that that doesn't end well. And as those budget pressures increase, that's only going to put more pressure on a government that's trying to generate revenue. It's just not something I think we want to do. I think if we go that route, we will rue that day in the years ahead. And I'm not suggesting that we have offered a solution. We have not. What we're trying to do is to create an environment where dialogue can begin. The primary recommendation that we've offered to COMSTAC from the working group is that in addition to convening the interagency group that the Air Force recommended, the Air Force document, Aerospaces, in addition to convening an interagency group to have the Air Force, Space Force, NASA, FAA, Department of Commerce, state, whomever, to come together to start looking at what's the best governance model for spaceports going into the future. It's important that we not just have the federal agencies talking to themselves, but that we bring in industry, since they're the ones that we're ostensibly trying to grow, as well as states, which have key assets and capabilities that have already demonstrated an ability to significantly move the ball forward relative to the growth of the space program and commercial space in particular. But how do we start? There's other ways to do this, and we need to have everybody at the table discussing this. And I think we need to start that conversation now, because Space Florida proposed 5 years ago that we start a conversation now. This is going to be hard. It's going to take a lot of competing agendas, as we've seen today. And if it might take 5, it might take 10 years, but if it's going to take that long, let's start that dialogue today. I think the other issue that is a concern is that the government has a mandate not to compete with the private sector in providing commercial services. And space, and spaceports are basically early iterations of what airports and seaports are. And, you don't, like I said, you don't see federal agencies running airports and seaports that are predominantly commercial sector. The idea is, 20 years old. Again, like I said, we're not proposing a solution. We're proposing a dialogue to come to that solution. And it's going to take a long time. Let's start doing that now. Again, I invite you to read the document. I think the concept is, it articulates that our goal is to create a spaceport that is sustainable, and like airports and seaports, is relying on the users to pay the operating fee, not the taxpayer. The taxpayers can come in like they do at airports or seaports with big grants to do major things, but operationally, spaceports are just another transportation hub, or they're going to be. And we need to treat them as such if we're going to move forward and be as competitive as we need to be when we're competing with the Chinese and the others. It's a bold idea. It's audacious that we're trying to do, and it's not a bold idea. The challenge is administrative more than technical. And dealing with administrative challenges can be just as hard and certainly more soul-sucking than dealing with technical challenges. But I think trying to do bold and audacious things is what America expects of its space program. And I would suggest that we need to start doing that here. The other concern I have, finally, is we're not asking for a vote. We're just having a conversation today and hopefully eliciting more conversations to come. But I think I've known Bill Nelson since the 1970s, and I'm excited that he's going to be the new administrator at NASA. And I'm just very concerned that we not send him up to the hill looking for resources for NASA to help grow a commercial sector that is doing very well on its own. It has its challenges. We need to grow the commercial sector, but I'm not sure I want to send Bill Nelson to the hill looking for appropriations to grow that commercial sector when we need to be looking at it like an airport or a seaport authority, where the users are paying to sustain the model and the taxpayers are coming in with big investments. So that's sort of background. Again, I won't go into the details of the paper. Like I said, it's just 3 pages. I think it speaks to the issue pretty clearly. And on that, I'll shut up and take some questions.
So this is somewhat of a complex topic, and as I said when we opened, we are still gaining some input from some of the stakeholders. But what I'd like to do is open it up to the members of the COMSTAC to make some comments and start a discussion on this particular topic.
Hi, this is Robbie Sabatier.
Robbie.
How are you doing, Dale? Question on, did you receive input from KSC, from NASA, and from the Space Force, Air Force? I would definitely like to have a briefing from both of those stakeholders on this issue, because it does seem like it's a pretty important topic.
Oh yeah, no, Space Force was the Air Force initiated the document that they task aerospace with creating a deliverable, that it was that white paper that was made available, I think, to everybody on COMSTAC. It's a rather lengthy national spaceport strategy. And it laid out why we need to do what we need to do. And it talked about its recommendation was combining KSC and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station now into a single Cape Canaveral Spaceport Authority, which is what the state recognizes the two as being. And I think the goal was, and they specifically said they weren't necessarily making a hard recommendation. They were just saying, this is an important issue. We need to get a lot of people around the table to start discussing the best way forward. It's going to take time to do, obviously competing agendas. And I would certainly, counsel, if that sounds like a great idea. Let's have a formal meeting, and if we need to do it under the auspices of COMSTAC, that's fine. But the one of the recommendations was that AST should step in, because the original white paper that came out of the Air Force, Space Force, they were pretty clear that they did not think the Air Force should lead this effort. The military should lead this effort. And they didn't say who, but it strikes me that since we are talking about a new transportation hub, like airports and seaports, that AST and the U.S. Department of Transportation seems like the appropriate people to convene that meeting.
So I would be very much in favor of a briefing to COMSTAC. So I'm glad that you're in favor of that as well. And I think there's a lot of equities involved here, as you've stated. So I think just having that briefing from both NASA and Air Force Space Force would be very beneficial to all of us, in addition to reading the reports you've referred to. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robbie.
So Dale, this is Kate. The other group, I haven't been involved in this. I did read your paper, but I would also like you to look at other stakeholders who maybe weren't consulted, potential users, because I'm not sure if I understand what the cost implications might be to have another entity involved. Would their costs go up? And so I agree that we need to listen to NASA and the Air Force and hear their input, but I'd also like to hear from the users how they view this.
No, and that's who I meant, that what we're recommending to AST as COMSTAC would be that a meeting be convened that includes not only the federal agencies, but the users. Because the users are the people that the Air Force document specifically says we're going through this exercise specifically to grow the commercial sector, because they recognize the federal government as the manager of a spaceport is not the optimal structure to grow the commercial sector. So
I think that's a good role for COMSTAC to fill. I agree.
Hey, it's Charity. I just want to echo that of those equities, industry has a significant voice here too. I want to thank you, Dale, for thinking through this very complex problem. I too want to hear additional inputs as they come in. Just want to see if anyone else has any additional comments or discussion on Spaceport Authority.
This is Chris. Do we want to vote on this today, or do we want this to be more specifically worded? This is pretty broad. I would think that you have to not only think about governance, but I think you're talking about a completely new economic model as well.
Yeah, I think it's a consensus that we're not going to vote about it today. Let's get, and maybe we can just say this is the initial part of starting that dialogue, is COMSTAC will be a part of triggering some initial conversations with NASA, the Air Force, and bring in others. And let's, because the idea is to create something new that doesn't exist now. And we use the analogy and have in the past, and I think the Deputy Administrator Mims that we heard before, he is a member, he in his past, part of his bio included being serving on the in association with the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority. And that's sort of an analogy, sort of, compared to this is Reagan and Dulles airports were managed originally by the FAA from their inception back in the 20s up until the late 80s. And they were trying to manage it as the marketplace of international and domestic air travel tried to, you know, grow their capability to get to the most powerful city on the planet. And they just kept failing miserably. Until finally the FAA threw its hands up and turned it over to an independent airport authority that's a joint venture between the Commonwealth of Virginia and the District of Columbia. And that turned it over to an entity that could go to what really is the core of an independent spaceport authority, in my mind at least, is an entity that can go to the private capital markets to borrow the money for the needed infrastructure that were needed. Because when FAA was running Reagan and Dulles, they had to go to Congress to try to get money to make improvements to respond to the marketplace. And when it was turned over to an independent authority, then you go to the private sector, private capital markets, borrow the money to put in the new taxiways and parking garages and fuel farms and terminals. And then the users pay that off and generate the money to do the maintenance and overhead, the same way any airport or seaport authority works. And I think it's important for us, if indeed we're thinking about the future, that we follow what the master planning documents from NASA and the Air Force indicated to us almost 20 years ago, that an independent spaceport authority is the optimal model to grow US leadership in space. So I agree, we should not vote on it. There's obviously there's a lot of activity. So let's wait and take our time.
Yeah, I think there's a number of comments coming over the Q&A window. It give us a little bit of pause on this, as we knew that this was going to be a complex issue. Any other comments, verbal comments from the COMSTAC, from the members online?
Paul, I just want to identify that not only on the Q&A, but on the chat session, there's a couple of questions here. Pretty basic questions I think we could hit first.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Let me pull up the first one here. So question is this proposal limited to Florida and California, or does it cover all spaceports, including Wallops, New Mexico, et cetera?
The proposal that was generated by the Air Force dealt specifically with the federal ranges at the Eastern and Western Range, the Cape, Kennedy and Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, Space Force Station, and Vandenberg. There was some vague references to potential application to other spaceports. I'm not really sure I understood how that would work, and it wasn't clear. I think the one thing that I referenced in the narrative that was developed by the working group was that, you know, particularly if we can bring in the private sector capital markets to help fund, and as an independent agency as well, you are then eligible for US DOT grants, which you wouldn't be if you're the federal government. So you can have access to both private and public money, but particularly if you're going after the private monies, then you're having to work to the metrics of the marketplace, which is going to drive decisions based upon performance and return on investment. And I think that's the best approach to seeing to it that we have a number of, obviously the US interest is to have a number of thriving spaceports, not just two, but you know, let the marketplace and dictate that more than parochial politics.
Thanks, Dale. Definitely encourage more questions here, comments for folks who want to chime in. we just, we want to make sure everyone's aware that, some of these topics, industry definitely has a stake in the outcome of any of these topics. This particular one came up in COMSTAC because AST was looking for feedback from industry about how this could impact industry if this were to be set up. So I think Dale and the team have done a really good job of really identifying what some of those issues were. I can actually speak just, briefly on from the commercial spaceport perspective, having just come from Mojave. One of the concerns from the commercial spaceports is, whether a lot of federal funds might be invested in some of the federal ranges at the expense of what's happening in some of the commercial facilities. So there are a lot of unknowns on this topic. I think the important thing is the topic is out on the table, and that it's recognized, certainly by the Department of Defense, that infrastructure is a challenge. That the commercial launches, I think they're saying, are expected to encompass, I think, something like 85% of all launches in the next 10 years or something like that. I think that's what the report had suggested. So it's I think the issue is that, it's recognized that it's definitely a challenge, and the infrastructure piece is even a bigger challenge. So I think it's important to get this conversation going, and having this dialogue now with the multiple stakeholders is really important. And I think that's why we're all here. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't really have a question, Dale. Just wanted to thank you for all of your time you spent on this.
No, well, to be honest with you, I was a little surprised that we didn't get more aggressive feedback, because I do know it's a controversial ig, and what's being proposed is certainly not this is upsetting the status quo and it's a big change. And if it took till today to all of a sudden break that all loose, then so be it. That's all fine. The important thing is, and you do raise a good point, and I hadn't really thought about it, but I think the other spaceports as well should be a party to that conversation about what's the best way, because we're trying to build something that's in the best interest of the United States of America for exploration, commercial, and national security. So that's a broad selection of stakeholders, and they need other spaceports as well that might not be immediately impacted. They should have a voice as well. But all things considered, this was fun. Look forward to playing with it some more.
So thank you for those comments, Karina. They're spot on from obviously someone who's been working this for many years. To go back to there was a question about other spaceports, and we got a clarification from Stephen Earle at FAA that the charge for this tasker, the National Spaceport Authority, was proposed for Florida and California only. There was included a concept of reserved space at both ranges for DoD future use only. I do have there's a few comments from NASA that are on the feed, and I'll just basically summarize by saying that they're eager to provide additional input to this, that the economic model is critical, but that they want to understand how this can be economically viable without shifting unbearable burdens onto the commercial launch providers, or collapsing or creating a bailout situation for the government. So again, it all comes back to that this is a fairly complex issue as we've understood.
Well, I think if you, Paul, I think if you look at that last recommendation, I forget where it was. I think, well, at least on the briefing charts, it mentions that on page 33, as an observation, this is going to cost a heck of a lot of money one way or another. And as we transition, but I think the goal was this is not going to be an easy or quick transition, but if we're genuinely trying to look forward into the future, let's let's start now and figure out how to make that work.
Sure thing.
And
Just a couple of other questions that have come up. Dale, there's a question. I wonder whether the National Spaceport Authority will be integrated with an international spaceport group. There's a comment that there seems to be a need to coordinate launch windows. That's probably the next phase once we get this first part licked. But any comments on that, Dale?
No, I think, like I said before, we're not proposing a solution, just trying to draw attention to the fact that there are a great many challenges, working within, in addition to, you've got national parks and fish and wildlife at KSC, you've got national parks and Native American equities at Vandenberg. Between KSC and the Space Force Station, you've got different labor rates. So, and we all know how much fun it is to try to work with labor on working that out. But these are the challenging issues that are going to need to be addressed if we're going to, build the best model for the future. It's not easy, and I'm not proposing an answer. I'm just saying let's start talking about it.
Dale, this is Bill Beckman. I commend you on bringing this this issue up. I think we're all finding out there's many facets to this, a lot of different stakeholders, and so just trying to get this out, I commend you for that. One thing I'm looking at is right now when I go down to the Cape, it just seems like there is increased infrastructure down there. There's more users. It seems like what's currently there is working. And so I put that out there as a data point. Something else that, if we open the aperture to say there has been, a lot of interest in spaceports in general. And so I look at a greater market assessment to say how much, even though this market is expanding and it's doing a lot better, are we overbuilding capacity? And in taking this next move, is it riskless, or is it, a lot of risk associated from the risk of, building a whole lot and then the market never materializes, and then the end users are stuck with a lot higher infrastructure cost to offset, and it actually works counter to your initial. So I'm just pointing out that there's a big risk. I think we ought to look at the bigger market and say, KSC is one of many spaceports being either active or being proposed. And as a betting man, I'm going to say that probably not everybody's going to have the user community available to them. We ought to just factor that in.
And I agree. And I think I think much of the growth that's occurring down at the Cape is emblematic of why I think a spaceport model would probably work more efficiently. An independent spaceport model is, if you look at Blue Origin or OneWeb satellite manufacturing, the Airbus OneWeb facility, those are private sector capital investments. And if they've been overbuilt, then the private sector miscalculated. And they're both owned by Space Florida, but we structure everything so that the state taxpayers are not holding the bag if something goes wrong. So I think there's risk everywhere, and markets have been known to create bubbles in the past. But I think markets also are what drive the engine of innovation and growth and the success the United States has had. Managing it well, I think, is the challenge, and it's much easier said than done. But I think, again, I think the more we look at being able to access private capital to drive that growth, they're not perfect, but those guys with the green eye shades who actually stroke the private sector checks, they usually are pretty fair about doing their due diligence. They do as well as anyone. Not that the federal government can't do the same, but I think the more we leave it to the private sector, the more likely it is we won't build something foolish. No guarantees, though. Thank you.
Any further comments? I think we've covered the questions that are open right now. I think there's a number of loose ends with this that have been brought up both in the Q&A and in the chat. A big part of which is who's the bill payer for this, particularly when we're starting to herd together commercial activities, civil activities, national security space activities, and then there's a congressional component that I think, as we've decided here, warrants some further examination. So I would propose that we stand fast on the recommendations for right now, and maybe have some public comments, or maybe have some comments during the public comment session. We'll actually be giving folks a few minutes back here. But I would encourage, as we go forward with this, a more robust participation on behalf of the COMSTAC members and other members as we continue to try to tackle this somewhat thorny issue. So I think that we can put together a robust plan to really have an inclusive conversation over the next several months. Charity, any further comments on that? I think we should stand fast on these recommendations for today.
Yeah, I do propose that because we have additional inputs that are coming in, that we absorb those and get together as a COMSTAC to think through if that changes any of our recommendations, and to provide a final in the fall. Jim, does that work for you?
Absolutely. I was just unmuting to say absolutely. I support that. I think more can be gathered, and I think this has demonstrated that COMSTAC could use a little more time. So absolutely more time. Let's pick it up again in the fall.
Great. Once again, Dale, thank you. Didn't want to put you in the hot spot today.
No worries, no worries. It was fun.
We'll talk more.
Well, and I will say, Charity, that there was one question that we didn't get to, but it was from an anonymous attendee that said, could this recommendation on earthbound spaceports also apply to the moon and cislunar spaceport? So I think we'll try to tackle the earthbound first, and then we'll tackle the moon and cislunar next. But great to see that the community is out there thinking way ahead.
Yeah, just as Gabe Swinney was talking about legal issues, that might be another one.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, so that completes the I&I working group session. Paul and Lee and all the team from I&I and from the safety working group, those that pitched in for the R&D taskers, we did not forget about you. Thank you so much for all your hard work here. Really great recommendations and more work forward as we move forward. Jim, what's next?
What I would recommend is maybe taking a 5 or 10 minute break so people can get up and walk around or get a drink or take a deep breath.
All right, we'll reconvene at 2:30.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, it's 2:30. Jim, I see we're going to make our way to new taskers or public comments now. Sorry, you muted.
Let's take it off and double clicked. Let's go to public comment now, if you don't mind, and then we'll save the new taskers for the end.
Okay, so are there any predetermined comments that we want to call on people now? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Bob Cabana.
Bob may have stepped offline and not back just yet. We'll give him just a moment to see if he comes back.
Sounds good. And in the meantime, if anyone out there wants to add to the Q&A, go right ahead and do that. Also, I realized there was quite a few comments earlier in the day, and if we did not get to your question, please repost it.
All right, just want to give everybody a quick update. Mr. Cabana is coming back online here just in a moment. I wanted to add to what Charity said in thanking all the work groups. What an amazing job you all have done. I know some of the tasks were a little easier than some of the other ones, but none of them were easy. So thank you. And I also recognize that it took a lot of time and you also had some help from others. So please pass on my thanks and the FAA's thanks for all the work that everybody has done on getting all these answers to the taskers and continuing to work on the spaceport issue. That is a big task. It is complicated. And you guys have pulled together a lot, and there's a lot more that will be pulled together. I appreciate you not making light of these tasks, but really digging in and taking them very seriously, because we do, and we at the FAA definitely appreciate all that you've done and the guidance and recommendations that you've provided to the FAA. And with that, I believe Mr. Cabana is back online. So, sir, we will turn the floor over to you for your comments. Appreciate you waiting around to speak to us. So thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Jim. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to address COMSTAC. I think this advisory panel is critical to our future as we move forward, and I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about what we're doing down here at the Kennedy Space Center. Next slide. So we truly have transformed since 2011, when the shuttle stopped line, to be this multi-user spaceport that we are today. We've given up over $1.1 billion in assets and turned them over to commercial entities to maintain and operate at no cost to the government, enabling a strong, very strong commercial market here for our nation. And I want all of you to know that we feel that this multi-user spaceport that we have created, it's core to our mission at NASA. I treat it just like any one of the programs that we have here. This is critical to our future as we move forward, having both a strong government and commercial sector united. And the multi-user spaceport is part of that. Next slide. So this just kind of lays out KSC. And you know, back prior to 2011, the shuttle program paid for all of this. All right. And today, you know, you can see the variety that we have. Of course, NASA SLS is on 39B. We signed a 20-year use agreement with SpaceX for 39A. I'd like to point out that we signed that in July of 2014. 2.5 years later, in January of 2017, they had their first successful launch. They've had over 32 successful launches off that pad, including flying crews on a U.S. rocket from Kennedy to the International Space Station for the first time in 9 years last year. We created a new smaller pad between 39A and 41, pad 48, for the venture class vehicles. We've got Lockheed Martin working in the high bay building the Orion capsule. Sierra Nevada's coming for their cargo contract, working out of the SSPF. Space Florida has taken over maintenance and operations of the shuttle landing facility. Huge amount of acreage up there for them to develop. Still looking forward to seeing more of that. Of course, Boeing is here in what used to be former orbiter processing facilities with their CST-100 Starliner, as well as the Air Force X-37 orbital test vehicle. And Exploration Park, in partnership with Space Florida, again, we've developed this research and development park that is on government property, but outside the secure perimeter, where we have Blue Origin, and of course, Blue is going to be launching off pad 36 over on Cape Side. So a huge commercial market has developed and become strong here at KSC with a lot of help, I think, from the partnership that we have between the 45th Space Wing and the FAA and NASA in signing the agreements to help make a lot of this happen and be more commercially friendly. Next slide. These are just the NASA launches, and my programs are lined up there on the left-hand side from top to bottom. And if you look from 21 to 24, we've got like 10 launches a year, just NASA launches here on the Space Coast. Go to the next slide. I want to point this out. Now, this was an aerospace study, and if you look at that gray area on the top, the commercial launches as they build out to 2030 there, you know, we're looking at 50 launches on the range this year, increasing up you know, to as many as over 80 launches in the out years. That is absolutely amazing. And the, you know, the national security and the government launches stay, civil launches stay pretty flat as they run out. But the commercial launch market is increasing, and that's our future. That's what we are working to maintain. And I want you to know we've invested in the multi-user spaceport. We have invested in water, sewer, electrical power distribution, fiber optic, the propellant distribution lines, the HAS-gas lines, to ensure that we're able to meet this demand as we grow forward. Next slide. A little bit on the spaceport. You know, KSC is 144,000 acres, all right? And that sounds huge. Everybody thinks that there's all this land that we can just develop and move forward and we can just continue to grow. But there are limits to our growth, and this is why. We have wetlands, we have quantity distance arcs for hazardous operations that we have to maintain, we have threatened and endangered species that we have to protect. And as sea level rise increases, it does impact what we see as our ability to continue to build and operate here at KSC. Next slide. If you put all that together, this is what it looks like when you look at that quantity distance arc, all the threatened species and stuff. And so that 144,000 acres comes down to, next slide, about 7,500 acres that we actually have that we can develop. We've done all the environmental assessments. We've done future planning. We've worked with all our partners, stakeholders, to come up with where can we develop when we take all our limitations into consideration. And those limitations are important, but you know, this is just a beautiful area. So these areas that you see in red here, this is where we have focused on our ability to grow from a commercial point of view other than the launches as we bring in commercial partners to operate here at the Kennedy Space Center. Now, that, of course, this doesn't include Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, but we've done planning. We've had all our stakeholders involved in the local area, done the environmental assessments, and this is in our future plan as we move forward. So I just wanted to, put things in perspective. We put a lot of thought into how we develop this multi-user spaceport that we're operating, and it's been done in partnership. And it's also, I really believe this is core to our mission, and it's core to our future success. Next slide. I think that's it. You can drop the slides. That's what I wanted to share with you to just set the stage. Now, I did not hear all the presentation. I got called to a couple other meetings, but I caught part of the presentation on as we move forward as a national spaceport authority. And, I want you to know that, I appreciate what COMSTAC's doing, the recommendations that get made. The white paper that was presented did not have NASA input, to my knowledge, when aerospace did that for the Air Force. When the FAA decides what their guidance is going to be for spaceports as we move forward, we look forward to that. We'll work closely with the FAA to ensure that we're doing the absolute best thing possible for our nation to maintain a viable commercial space community that is competitive in the world. Because I think it's critical to our future as we move forward. If we are truly going to be a spacefaring nation, and we are, it's critical that we expand our presence beyond our home planet into the solar system, and that we do it in a united way. If you look at our path forward, the Artemis program, as we go back to the moon and eventually on to Mars in the future, we're doing that in cooperation with our commercial partners. Our commercial partners are involved heavily in how we go back to the moon. Our international partners are involved. There isn't anything that we're doing in a vacuum or by ourselves. We want to establish a viable commercial market in low Earth orbit where we are one of many customers and not the only customer up there. We want to see more commercial folks be successful. But right now, if you look at Blue Origin and SpaceX, we got a couple of billionaires that are working on those programs, and I'm sure they want to be more financially successful as they move forward. But we're still establishing this commercial market as we grow. So with that's all I wanted to say. I appreciate the opportunity to address you all, and look forward to working more closely together with all of you as we move forward to keep our nation strong in space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for coming here and discussing this important issue of spaceports. I just want to see if the panelists, our members have any follow-up questions for Mr. Cabana.
I answered them all, Charity.
I guess so.
Bob,
go ahead, Greg.
I'd just like to congratulate you as a researcher in the commercial space industry. Watching what's happened out there at KSC over the last decade has been amazing to see from the outside, and occasionally while I was on the inside. You've done a great job as a government partner for industry.
Well, thanks, Greg. I really appreciate it. I mean, this is something that we got to do together. And, it's in my opinion, we need a stronger commercial space market. I don't think we're quite there yet where we want to be. And I want to see more customers, and I want to see commercial space stations in a destination other than the International Space Station up there on orbit so there's a place for all these people to go.
Clay, do you have a question?
Yeah. Hey, Bob, thank you for that presentation. It's an incredible amount of commercial launches you guys are forecasting coming out of the Cape, and we're looking forward to Blue Origin to contributing to that cadence.
Absolutely, Clay.
Do you think you've got the kind of resources you have to be able to manage that kind of volume as we ramp up in the next 5-10 years? Is this if it's going to continue out to the end of the decade, do you have enough to do what you need to do there?
So my studies show that we can support up to about 50 launches a year with the current infrastructure that we have. And if you do the study on what causes launch delays, it's usually not the infrastructure that's impacting it. It's usually somebody's problem with their own rocket or weather delays that cause it. Very few delays are caused because of problems on the range or the infrastructure being able to support the launch.
Okay, good. And I'm going to get you a picture of a New Glenn so it doesn't look like we're flying New Shepard out of there. That's out of Texas.
All for, hey, help me out. I'll take it. Right.
Okay, if there are no other questions from COMSTAC members, maybe we can proceed for any other public comments or questions at this time. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Jim, is there anything on YouTube channels or Facebook or other venues that we're posting today?
The only things that I've seen, I already typed into the chat for you, those 2 questions, and I think we've got those answered previously. So I think we're in really good shape.
And I think we got one that just came across, Jim.
Perfect. Okay.
From Dr. George Neal. He sends kudos for the work that Pam Underwood is doing in the Office of Spaceports, but points out that there's perhaps a lack of staff working on budget and other things. Would COMSTAC consider recommending that Congress consider providing additional resources for that area? And it's my understanding that 2 new positions within the Office of Spaceports have been approved, and that AST is actively working to hire against those positions right now. So that's a great question, Dr. Neal.
Yes, and I can confirm there are two new positions there, and we are working with Pam to hire and get some more people working in that area to support all the spaceports and the international activities going on. And Pam is doing a great job. Yes. And just as a reminder for the public that's out there, if you are on this Zoom, you can use the raise hand or type a question in the Q&A, and we can recognize you. If you raise your hand, we can get you so that you can ask the live question.
This one is actually for Bob, if you're still on, Bob. A question about how new startups can get involved with what you're doing at KSC.
Absolutely. I would tell them to go online and contact my Center Planning and Development Office. They're the front door to business here at the Kennedy Space Center. They got a great website. I think if you Google NASA KSC Center Planning and Development, it'll probably pop up. But we go out for notices of availability and requests for information every now and then. But talking to Mr. Tom Engler in my Center Planning and Development Office, he can point them in the right direction.
Okay. I have another question here for the COMSTAC members. Do we believe they are needed, or do you expect the US government to provide subsidies, grants, or loans for infrastructure to launch operators or to spaceports? So that's around kind of like the financial aspects of commercial operators and spaceports. Dale, Kay, do you want to take that one, or Paul?
Hold on a second. Could you repeat the question, Charity? I apologize.
Sure, of course. What kind of, if they are needed, and what kinds of subsidies and grants and loans for infrastructure may be needed for launch operators and for spaceports?
Well, I think that's obviously there's, well, it's like it depends on who they are and what they're trying to do. It's like Blue Origin came in and you know, that was all financed and the facilities are owned by Space Florida. Same with OneWeb. And we provide that capability to a number of aerospace firms around the state, actually. But I think it depends. Obviously, the federal government is going to have to continue to pay a great deal of money because the existing model is out there now, and we're not going to be able to pull that all away abruptly and expect to not have the entire enterprise crater. It's going to take a long time to transition off of pure, you know, primarily relying on the taxpayer. But the same thing happened with the aviation industry. Airports took a while before they generated enough income from passengers to pay into the trust fund. Eventually, at some point in the future, the model is, at least I believe it's part of the conversation, it's still to be worked out, but that spaceports would be eligible for grants the same way the airport improvement program works. But the space industry needs to pay into that fund at some point in the future if they're going to get it back out. That's why I say that the goal is to create an environment where users are paying the basic operating costs. The taxpayers can come in for big infrastructure investments, but I think Bob's done an excellent job of putting in place an infrastructure that exists right now to grow, that has helped the commercial industry get to where it is now. But you saw on his chart that the commercial sector is going to become, you know, the government's going to be, you know, one out of every 5 or 6 launches, and the rest of it are going to be for-profit entities. At some point, the taxpayers need to start dialing back their contributions to that, and the users will start paying for that, and then that gets, you know, assigned to the satellite manufacturers and you know, the way the market works. And I think the goal is to put in place something that reflects the vitality of the marketplace, because that ultimately is the most sustainable model. I hope that answered your question. I felt like I was babbling.
Thanks, Dale. Greg actually had some thoughts on that as well. Greg?
Yeah, I think infrastructure is a critical national conversation that's going on right now. The Biden administration is talking about spending $3 trillion over several years, and Congress is obviously going to weigh in on that. There was definitely support during the last administration on a broad infrastructure bill. Space needs to make sure that we get included in that, because space infrastructure, everything from the Deep Space Network to GPS, you know, are functions that provide great value back to our nation. The commercial operators and startups should benefit from this, as will the traditional companies and frankly NASA, who has so much legacy infrastructure from the 50s and 60s that needs to be fixed. Bob's got a bridge out there at Indian River and KSC that badly needs to be fixed. So this should be a really important conversation, and it's not just a matter of, you know, do we subsidize something to specifically help one or several commercial vendors? It's that we have a system that works. If the country hadn't built the national highway system, you wouldn't have a trucking industry, for instance. So there's a lot to be done there. It's got to happen. That the space community needs to start thinking about it. NASA definitely needs to, I think, have a point person working on that.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I actually agree with that. I think, you know, all things considered, this industry is still very new. And the U.S. government has stepped up on, you know, in terms of basically every other branch of transportation in history. So I do think there's still some opportunity there. It's still early in the game. Dale Nash, you have some comments?
You gave most of them. We did pass at the last, you did a great job, both all of you. We did pass at the last COMSTAC resolution that, space is the only mode of transportation that does not have a matching grant system, whether it's something like the AIP program, which was funded for about 40 years before it built up enough in reserves. The ports, the rails, of course, the interstate highway system is one that everyone points to, and that's expanded through all the transportation. But we're not necessarily looking for a handout. We're looking for competitive grants to be able to go compete and get matching dollars, much like the rest of transportation out there. And we are a form of transportation, and that's a recommendation that has come out of COMSTAC. We've had some grants in the past, but they were like $125,000. So if we're going to get serious, and we will get serious and more serious about space infrastructure and space transportation, I do think it will come about. There's been some in Congress that have already proposed bills in that direction, and with the infrastructure emphasis that's going on now, hopefully we'll get some more traction on it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. I agree. Ed Bolton, you have a comment or question?
Certainly a comment, and thinking about, there's a lot of energy, and I maybe a slight pushback on some of the things that Dale and his team is proposing. I certainly want to compliment Florida Dale on the great work, and maybe we roll the problem back a little bit, and you just say that we do know that the infrastructure costs are rising. The infrastructure is aging as we speak. And we do know that it's projected that the commercial market is increasing. So the DoD is a smaller and ever increasingly smaller percent of the total launch manifest. And so the question out of Colorado Springs and out of the Pentagon is, to what extent should the DoD, Air Force, Intel be required to provide a capability that they are less and less the key stakeholder for? And the recommendation, if you could take the word, a lot of people are uncomfortable with the word spaceport, take the word spaceport out, is that how do you deal with that challenge? And the real recommendation is convene a working group with the appropriate stakeholders and have a discussion about what the best governance model is. And so, can vote now, can vote in a year, vote in 1,000 years, but that's still basically the question and recommendation. A key recommendation within that, which some people strongly believe in, is that there is an aspect around the way the commercial world's ability to raise capital. Is that part of the solution? Some people believe it is. And as Dale just pointed out, is there a grant system that's part of the solution? Some people is. It'd be hard to see how you'd have to work on how to pick winners and losers, but that's just the real question, is that the model we have now is not sustainable given the financial pressures that we are going to be under, which are going to get more difficult before they become easier. And so that's what I would ask people to just think about. And the other thing too is that I'm sensitive to the conversation people had about bring this person in or have presentations. The question is, do we want to recommend to the AST to do these kinds of discussions that some people are recommending that this group do, or do we want to do them ourselves? I think and so you can decide who would have better standing to call NASA in, to call the Air Force in, to call the commercial industry in, and have these discussions. So I just want to kind of characterize that, is that no matter how you look at it, we're really stuck with the problem that while not unsolvable, is pretty difficult. We have increasing costs at the same time, and the government has a smaller percent of the actual work, and it has to be dealt with in some way. And I think that's all that Dale was trying to get at. Dan, Florida Dale, if I mischaracterize you, please push back. Over.
No, Ed, you were spot on. I think if I did anything that characterized I was going to be expecting the users to be picking up the cost anytime before 5 and 10 years out, that was not the thinking. We are where we are. It's going to take a very long time to bring smarter people than me and around the table to figure out what's the best way. It's not going to be perfect because nothing ever is. But as Ed just stated, the existing model is not sustainable, and it's going to become less sustainable in the future. So how do we do this right? How do we do this better? It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of people that need to be at the table. There'll be some conflicting agendas, and I doubt very seriously we end up with complete consensus. But decisions have to be made if we're going to move forward.
So having said that, and you and I are in agreement again, I think the real question is that what is the right thing to do next? We have our next discussion as a broad group in September. What is it we expect to accomplish between now and then that would either allow us to move forward this recommendation or change it? But I think just saying, oh, well, just kicking the can of September without knowing what's going to happen in between, I don't think is very productive.
I don't disagree, but that's what the decision was. Even if we can start doing it,
of it, and I'll shut up.
I guess even if we can start some degree of dialogue and start under the auspice, because the recommendation was that AST convene these meetings. But if it needs to be initiated in advance as a COMSTAC exercise to sort of lay the groundwork to bring people together just to start discussing the right way to deal with this challenging question, then I guess at least we're making some progress before the fall.
Was it clear that that was the recommendation, just to have ASD start convening meetings of stakeholders to have a discussion? That's all the recommendation was, and we agreed to hold off on just that?
That was the primary recommendation, to get that the AST should convene the interagency group, and that that planning effort should incorporate industry, states, and other critical stakeholders to make sure we do this thing the right way. I mean, there were a couple other key recommendations regarding being able to access private capital markets and things of that nature. But I think the primary thing was not so much a statement that we have an answer, but that there's a recognition that there is a big question on the table and we need to start addressing it. Obviously I was hoping we would vote on that recommendation today, but if we need to, if protocol dictates that we need to start at a lower level, then so be it.
I'm willing to open this item back up for discussion if the membership agrees to do that. However, making that decision to hear more inputs, because it came late to us that there was additional inputs that wanted to be fed into this process. Hence the reason why we decided not to vote on this today. But if we've gone down the wrong road here, I'm happy to bring this back up to the COMSTAC for a vote. But I thought just providing a little extra room for additional stakeholders to provide their inputs would be helpful in the end for those recommendations. Other comments?
Yeah, Charity, this is Paul Danfus. So, one of the questions that we did have come up that is in the answered column at this point was just on that, whether it would be appropriate for COMSTAC to consider recommending to AST that they lead an interagency discussion on the National Spaceport Authority. And I know that we touched on that sometime last summer, and that was a little bit of a sticky issue because of the interagency piece to it. I would say that since we have decided to defer the voting on these recommendations, that if we do reopen this over the next several months, that we try to figure out what the boundaries are there for any kind of a interagency discussion. I suspect the COMSTAC can pull together whomever we need to, and there's really the big three stakeholders here. But I would submit that if we do go down that path this summer, that this be a little bit more of a whole of COMSTAC effort, because there's obviously different stakeholders from throughout all the different working groups.
Yeah, I agree. I like that, putting barriers on exactly what we're trying to define and what we're trying to recommend. It was very clear here, mind you, but making sure we don't open the scope up too much and try and bite off too much as well.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion, inputs? So Jim, I think we've exhausted the public comment period. I don't see any other additional items here. We've talked at length on the Spaceport Authority item as well. I'd like to recommend we move forward and discuss new taskers and have open business as well.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and I will walk through what are going to be handed over to COMSTAC as new taskers. These are a good start. I will tell you that these are preliminary in draft, and you will get final, a bit cleaner, crisper tasks, but I wanted to make sure that I gave you some idea of where we were headed in our new taskings, because you guys have shown that you are absolutely spot on and excellent in figuring these hard things out. So I thought we'd give you some more hard things and get great answers. So the first one is really regarding human spaceflight guidance material. We have and it's on the next slide, a whole list of guidance documents, and they're out there. It has been a while since they have been brushed up and kind of cleaned up, and I would love to have COMSTAC take a look at those and help us with rewriting those. A lot of this is guidance to applicants on carrying spaceflight participants, and as you know, there is the learning period that is out there for human spaceflight participants, or the human spaceflight regulations for participants. And so these guidance documents are really helping to inform as we move towards that end of the learning period, whether that is in 23 or another time. So that's kind of the first task. The next task is, we have talked about the next regulation to pick up and work. We already have the Part 450. We have some other things that are going to be resurrected, if you will, that have already been done, and get those out the door. And COMSTAC has recommended Part 440. So we would like to have you go back through and look at some of the pieces of Part 440 and recommend what changes need to be done to 440. For example, thresholds to be used on MPL, cost of a casualty, what alternatives to insurance would industry recommend for operators? there are, as we go forward, insurance is an expensive thing, and maybe self-insured. There's a host of other things that can be done. So we'd like some recommendations from COMSTAC on those things. And then maximum probable loss information and how that connects and informs the consent statutory requirements there. Next slide. Another one is to propose what industries, organizations, and/or individuals ought to be represented on potential future aerospace rulemaking committees. Again, this is not asking COMSTAC to say, okay, these are the people and organizations that will be on the next aerospace rulemaking committee, but want to get COMSTAC's input on, you know, these organizations, this industry, or maybe even specifically these individuals, because of their insight, their background, their knowledge in these areas, should be on that rulemaking committee. And we will definitely take those recommendations. And again, it is just a recommendation, but we want to get from you all what those good thoughts are. Next slide. And we've already just briefly touched on this in regards to infrastructure grants or loans or funding of some sort. And as we're talking through this, this was one of those tasks that was just waiting in the wings. If you would, we'd like you to review past and current infrastructure grant funding mechanisms and propose improvements and best practices that will support the spaceport industry and potentially space launch operators as well. So that is another task that we need your brain power and expertise to help us figure out. Next slide. So as we move into the era of lots and lots of growth and a lot of things changing rather rapidly, what would an electric or electronic license application system look like? Looking at best practices, you know, on the aviation side for certifications, they have some things, but what would it look like for the space launch industry? One of the things that I think everybody would love to get to is kind of that 21st century, at least, where you enter information one time as opposed to multiple times. To do that, you're going to have to enter it into some sort of a database, et cetera, but would love to get industry and COMSTAC's view on how to make that happen. Next slide. All right, this one is a longer one there. This is regarding studies. In the Reauthorization Act of 2018, there was a study directed on obstruction. So obstruction evaluation for spaceports, and want to get industry's view and insight onto what that should look like and what will be done with that information. Currently, you know, a decision can be made, a study can be done that, wow, building those high-rise towers at the end of a spaceport runway is probably not a good idea. But is there any means to make a change to that? How would that look? So that whole package of obstruction evaluation and what you do with that information is wrapped up in this task. And then finally, the next slide. Let me talk just the last three very quickly, and then I'll turn it over to Paul because he had an idea for a task that I'd like him to present. I think it's very valuable. To what level of safety should FAA use when looking at regulating human spaceflight participants? And again, these are draft tasks, more flushing out of the actual language and a little bit more crispness in some of these, and suggesting drafting additional Part 450 advisory circulars. We will give you the list of the advisory circulars that we have identified are needed, and then asking you to come back and say, hey, here's some additional ones, and then help draft those. And then STEM promotion. What's a good way that we can partner with COMSTAC and industry to promote STEM activities regarding space? And then with that, unless there are any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Paul Damphouse to kind of talk about the task that he has presented and let COMSTAC hear about that one. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you, Jim. Hopefully, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So I'll make this really quick. Posted on the COMSTAC website is a short memo discussing high-speed flight considerations. And this memo actually captures a number of conversations that we've had within members of the COMSTAC and sort of the broader community, making a recognition that we're on the verge of a new era in high-speed flight. And as it relates to the COMSTAC, we're not talking about the supersonic stuff that you've seen in the news and such. That is going to be addressed elsewhere within the FAA. But certainly some of the things that particularly are long-range, high-speed, point-to-point, i.e. flying halfway around the world, are going to necessitate flying through space, particularly rocket-based and boost glide profiles. Some of these systems, of course, if you're going halfway around the world, you're probably putting about 98% of orbital energy into the system and then taking it right back out again. So for some of these architectures, you're effectively talking about reusable orbital vehicles that are going to be used for more point-to-point applications. So we think it's something that's of interest for the COMSTAC to look into on behalf of AST, and it covers a number of things that are apropos to the COMSTAC, and that being national airspace considerations, integration into the NAS rather, spaceport considerations, and future regulatory constructs. Several of us participated in some of the field trips out to the FAA's command center out at Warrington, where Dwayne Freer and his group briefed us on what they're doing with the Space Data Integrator as part of the Joint Space Operations Group. As we've seen, launch and reentry are becoming a big consideration for the larger NAS. When we start talking about high-speed point-to-point and multiple reentry type of operations, that's going to be a big part of national airspace considerations. With regard to spaceports, there's been studies out there. The Global Spaceport Alliance put out a study in June of last year that stated that these technologies are going to be a major game changer, and that the U.S. should lead in this area. And then following on to the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act, specifically calls out that encourages DoD to leverage inland spaceports with accompanying range and airspace for land-based testing, that these facilities and complexes could improve the resiliency of U.S. launch infrastructure and help ensure consistent access to space. Not touching too much of the last topic that we talked about, but certainly this is another dimension when we start talking about National Spaceport Authority. As these spaceports are coming up, it's going to make investments in these spaceports more attractive with higher ops tempo beyond just orbital flight, but suborbital and point-to-point as well. And then, of course, rounding out with the future regulatory framework, as the FAA AST's role to encourage, facilitate, and promote commercial space flight. When we start talking about some of these missions that look like orbital space flight, even though they're suborbital, we want to be able to speed up the flexibility by which these architectures are regulated. so that they stay ahead of an ever increasing pace of innovation and iteration on several of these vehicles. So the recommendation is that the COMSTAC consider these high-speed aerospace transportation architectures, technologies, vehicles, and the associated spaceport operations and integration into the NAS, and make recommendations back to AST regarding future regulatory considerations. So I open that up for discussion. If some of my colleagues who I've spoken with before on this want to chime in, that'd be great. Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you. And does anybody else on the COMSTAC have comments or questions on that?
Jim, this is Dale, Florida. I'm particularly enamored with the high-speed aerospace transportation one that Paul discussed. Do we need a motion to go ahead with that, or are we just sort of brainstorming at this point?
It's pretty much brainstorming. I would think if I'll give it to Charity, this isn't really a task that COMSTAC has, but it is a recommendation back to FAA to take a look at this and to make this into a task to COMSTAC. So Charity, I'll let that up to you on how you want to move forward on that.
Yeah, I think, Dale, we could have a discussion on, to what value this would bring, what priority it is, just a little count of the new taskers, and there are 6 of them. Of course, we'll need to shape the slate for the fall COMSTAC meeting based on how much bandwidth we have and what is a priority, but I want to have this conversation. That's why we wanted to have this new business opportunity for our members to bring up items they think are bubbling up in priority that the FAA needs to know about and potentially create a tasker out of them. So lots of room for discussion on this.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Jim, are we done on other? I guess we've only done the high-speed aerospace. Have we gone through the other ones yet? I don't think we have.
Yeah, we've gone through all the other taskers. So if there's no additional comments on that, I will turn it over to you and Karina for closing remarks. Back over to you.
Sure. I just want to give our members an opportunity to speak up now on topics that you feel the membership should be either aware of or add to this list. I know there's been a lot of talk about spaceflight safety today. We could discuss that. Several other items that were brought up. Eric?
Hey, Charity. Just for the tasker that Paul had mentioned, or the potential tasker, I'd be happy to share with everyone the report that I co-chaired for the Aviation Rulemaking Committee on airspace integration. It's not very long, but it might be helpful to get an idea of some of the issues that are abound, with the integration of the airspace. With we looked at it from 3 different perspectives, from aviation, UAV, and space, but it was great input from all aspects of those communities. So I'd be happy to share that if anyone's interested.
That'd be great. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, definitely like to see that. It'd be great.
Yeah, I'll definitely get it to you, Paul. Or Tom, I'll send it to you as well. Tom Roder.
It is Chris Hassler. I'd like to see that as well. I think this high speed issue is going to be a big deal, because once they're all lifting bodies, and so once they're on re-entry, they're limited in their ability to maneuver. So people were going to have to accommodate their re-entry and landing, I think, right? Do I have that correct? Somebody correct me if I misunderstood that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's something, if we look into the future of truly operationalizing truly long range flight, it's not far from an orbital launch and an orbital reentry, just as a half rev. I think where some of these more ambitious programs are going right now is to effectively operate offshore, and that I believe that helps move their technology forward without having to potentially deal with some of the regulatory stuff that eventually we'll have to do if we're talking about coastal and inland spaceports.
So, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think last year Boeing had 2 lifting bodies that had been in orbit for in excess of 100 days in space, and then they came back autonomously and landed at Kennedy, okay, as lifting bodies, So I think you're going to see more of that. The Sierra Nevada cargo lifter that's going to replenish the International Space Station, I think, returns as a lifting body as well. So when we're going to have to accommodate that when they come back and re-enter the atmosphere, and its impact on surrounding air traffic control could be significant.
Yeah, indeed, and I think we have some heritage with that, with the shuttle, as what you're referring to as X-37 and Dream Chaser.
Yeah.
There are some concepts out there that do sort of blur the lines, because some of these vehicles are going to be either on top of the atmosphere or just above it, or actually skipping in and out of the atmosphere. So as you look at the domain, part of it's traditional FAA, some of it may spill over into what we would consider AST.
Yeah.
And so it's exciting because we've got a whole bunch of different vehicles and architectures that are coming online, but some of these are hard to put into a specific box, if you will.
Paul, what's the timeline for this sort of technology? 5 years, 10 years? What do you think?
Well, if you look at our colleagues at SpaceX, they're moving quickly with Starship, and there's an ongoing study with U.S. Transportation Command to use that vehicle to move large amounts of material for the military to the other side of the world in a short period of time. So effectively, you're looking at launching a vehicle with just about almost enough energy to attain orbit, but not quite, and bringing it back on the other side of the Earth. I think the answer is, if you look at SpaceX, I think it's a safe bet to say sooner rather than later, with the history that they've had.
Hey, Paul, I would argue that it's here now based on the Boeing demonstrations that were done at Kennedy Center last year.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a case to be made for that. But I think what we're talking about here is sort of something that launches from one part of the Earth and lands at another part of the Earth in a very short period of time, vice attaining orbit and then re-entering.
And are you referring to these things that burn atomic oxygen as they skip across the top of the atmosphere?
I don't know that there's anybody currently looking at that, but I know that that's a technology that has been looked at in the past as part of kind of a wave rider technology. But I would say the vanguard of this higher end, this hypersonic to Mach 10 to Mach 25, is certainly the lion's share of that is going to be on national security applications. Potentially weapon systems and counter weapon systems. And the lower end, the supersonic, is going to be more of the commercial. But there are some players that are trying to go faster, trying to do Mach 5 and above on the commercial side. And I think that may be here sooner than we anticipate.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, Paul, for that info. Jim, I see your hands up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Charity. I was reflecting on Ed Bolton's comment earlier, and maybe this is a symptom of retired Air Force generals, but looking at the National Spaceport Authority governance model that we discussed, I guess it's not clear to me process-wise how we get from here to September. I mean, in a way, we've already sort of voted on the answer. So are we just going to have meetings and declare victory in September? So I sort of lost the bubble on process, I think. Can somebody help me?
I might not have the right answer for you right now. Jim, do you have any advice for us on that one?
My read is there are some folks that maybe during like a stakeholder engagement, or if we have an opportunity to engage other folks that may not have weighed into the process thus far, similar to the effort you led, Jim, actually with the spaceport regulatory reform, where you reached out to a lot of different folks, a lot of different stakeholders to get that input. I think that's what the community is looking for at this point, is to be able to provide some input so that we're better informed when we come back in September with those recommendations. For what it's worth, that's my read.
Well, I really agree with that. I mean, I like that, but we sort of already voted on the answers. And so I want to make sure we're open eyes on that. We might affect our answers. We might rejigger the answers. Otherwise, it seems like we're just having meetings to have meetings. So I'll let it rest there, and we can talk about the COMSTAC process between now and September in another forum, because it would take some discussion, I think, that we don't need today. Ed, did I hit your issue?
I think yes, you did, but I think I'm happy to fall behind these two outstanding leaders and see how they want to run it and see how I can support. You know, I mean,
Roger that. I agree. Okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Thanks, Jim. All right. Any other topics of discussion, new business from our members? You're all talked out. Want to get outside and enjoy the nice day. Okay, so with that, I'd like to propose we wrap things up if there's no other discussions or items that we want to bring forward. And I just want to thank everyone for spending their day with the COMSTAC and walking through and discussing these really critical issues to the FAA and for industry, commercial spaceflight transportation. I do realize that 6 months comes by quickly, or for our next meeting. And as we enter into the second year of this cohort of our membership, I see us not slowing down a bit. We are hopefully staying the course, if not accelerating. And I know I put this out there before, but I really, really hope next time we can meet in person. I do anticipate finally us being able to do that. So we will certainly make that a priority as we prepare for the next public meeting. Just want to ask if anyone has any last minute questions, comments, guidance, lessons learned. I'd love to hear them.
I'd like to comment that, a month or so ago, there was a lot of talk about issues regarding our regulatory environment. I think this meeting and everybody engaged should give the public an understanding of the level of success that's been had to get our industry to the point where it is today, which the commercial space industry is in an amazing boom. Global operators are trying to come to the US, and see the professionalism that's involved from FAA, AST, and from the COMSTAC. It'll never be a perfect regulatory environment, but it's certainly among the best in any government in the world, and the best in the space industry. And we should be proud of that and dedicated to keeping it that way.
Great meeting, Charity. You have really overcome and excelled in the virtual world. This is one of the best all-day virtual meetings I've attended.
I know it can be painful, and I really appreciate everything else going on. You don't even see, behind what's going on here. So thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. Just one other point while I remember it, regarding these new taskers, let's get together, let's shape them. There is room for shaping these. Some of them initially, I think the timelines are a little aggressive and we might want to spread them out over a year instead of a half a year, but let's get to that when we get to that. Okay, Jim, back to you.
All right, thank you. And this, I echo, this has been an absolutely outstanding COMSTAC, especially with it being virtual. Thank you to everybody who interacted. Just a couple other quick thank yous, not only to Charity and Karina and the whole COMSTAC, but to Tom Murata, who's done an excellent job of prepping and working and getting all these things together and coordinating all the COMSTAC, this public as well as other meetings, to Janice Kaufman and Tara Halt, Leslie Welsh, Jack Fino. We have a captioner who is capturing our words so they can be out on YouTube. Brantley Story. What a great team here at the FAA that has been on the backside of this, making sure that everything goes smoothly. So thank you to them, and thank you for our speakers from state and from NASA, Bob Cabana, etc. Absolutely great. And with that, I would like to bring Kelvin Coleman back. Charity, do you have some things to say before we close out?
I have one kind of weird thing I'd like to ask.
Okay.
For those who have video, would you please put your video on? I would love just to get a picture of all of us. We haven't done that yet. So just an idea. Thank you. All right, I'll take the snap. It might take a couple of them because there's a couple pages of us. Okay. One, oops, that's not good.
Yeah.
Can't seem to turn it on.
No loss.
Okay, there's one. And bear with me. I'll do a second here. And two. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. With that, let me bring Kelvin Coleman back, the Deputy Associate Administrator for AST. Sir, some final words before I adjourn the meeting.
2 words. Thank you. Thank you to Charity. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, COMSTAC members, for your great participation today. The recommendations and the discussion and all of the conversation, the dialogue has just been invaluable to us in AST. And we look forward to continuing to partner with industry as we move the industry in this sector forward safely into the future. So I know it's been a long day as we sat in front of the Zoom cameras all day long, and we appreciate the fact that you've taken the time out to do this very important work to give us the very needed advice that we value in the FAA and AST. So thank you, and have a great evening.
All right. Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say goodbye, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, and be safe, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you. Nice job.
Take care, all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great job, Jim.
Thank you.
Take care.